Alright, check 1, 2, check 1, 2. Mic seems to be working, however, my mic arm seems to be on its last legs from what I could tell, so I might have to replace this thing eventually. Oh my gosh. Just when I decided I wasn't going to be overspending these next few months, or ever, and we get this instead. I get this instead. But I'll live through it. I'll live through it. Anyway, guys, hey, how's it going? My name's Ruka, and today we're back with more Shibuya Scramble, 428 Shibuya Scramble. And if you have seen anything from this playthrough, is that while you can kind of sort of guess what might happen, it's still a crazy ride regardless what does happen. And yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun. I'm kind of feeling like we might be getting near the end here. We were able to get quite a bit of decent progress last time that we did this. And hopefully we can maybe get close to the end. Depending on how close to the end we get, we might finish this today. I don't know if that's a possibility. I have a feeling we're getting pretty darn close to that though. We have at least one more chapter by the looks of it. Right now, I am struggling a little bit to wake up. I mean, I've been awake for the past 3-ish hours, and I have not necessarily a headache, but I'm kind of a bit groggy still, despite that. I'm not sure what it is, but I've been a little bit groggy since yesterday. It hasn't really quite gone away yet. But I'll do my best here, and hopefully my grogginess doesn't affect me too much. Let me see. Let me just double check some stuff here. I think for the most part we should be ready. I'm gonna go ahead and get started here soon because we do have quite a bit of ground to cover. And alright then. Let me just do this thing. Nope. We're not going to the title screen. We're not going to title screen. Okay, let me try to remember what the heck happened last time, because there's quite a few things that happened, but I'm not I don't remember what is what. Okay, so Maria, we have a to be continued with her. I think she got found by the guy with the cane and got what do you call this? Got mistaken for her sister because they look similar enough, but apparently they're not identical twins. They're fraternal twins. Not that you could really tell. At least I couldn't really tell. So there's that. Oh, by the way, who the heck is Maria? I guess let's start there. Who the heck is Maria? Maria has been Tama all this time. Which, surprise, surprise, Tama finally gets out of the cat costume and revealed to be Maria, but she doesn't know her own name. She still considers herself as Tama. So Tama she will be until she officially gets her name back. But I don't know why the game decided to say, oh hey, this is actually Maria. But for now, Tama. Alright, Achi's route. We did also get a to be continued on Achi's route, which I'm not exactly sure what happened here. Him and what's the girl's name? Minori? I think it's Minori. Unless I'm thinking of Blue Archive character that I just unless I'm thinking of a Blue Archive character that has a very similar name. But anyway, Achi and the other girl, this girl, went into a shopping mall slash arcade area, and got some new clothes because apparently her clothes got torn, I guess, during all the chasing and whatnot. And they did that. Achi saw the other twin but couldn't recognize her and the girl who is with him. So, bit confused, going up and down stairs and whatnot. Eventually getting blocked by Chiri. And now they're still kind of trapped in this place. I forgot exactly what happened at the very end here, but they're trapped in the building and trying to find a way out. So there's that. Kano, we have a keep out. I don't remember what we have to do for this keep out, but let me see. No, this is still from the previous timeline. We got kept out pretty darn early. What's in the keep out over here? Last stop hero. I guess they're going to go to a certain building. Oh, they're gonna go to the condo where Tanaka over here in Osawa's route is apparently really sus and apparently might be involved in this whole kidnapping shenanigans despite being, you know, more or less extremely helpful to Osawa. But we also found a bug on him, or at least I did. I, the wife, who has not exactly been the friendliest in this entire thing, but she might have some decent instincts. I don't exactly know. So, but we got a bad end in Osawa's route because he overreacted with the whole virus situation. So we gotta fix that before he self-destructs. And I guess what we need to do is actually do Osawa's route. Oh, Minorikawa! What the heck is Minorikawa up to? I actually forgot. I don't remember what Minorikawa was up to. We're gonna have to figure that out later. Okay, well. What was actually Minorikawa up to? Minorikawa went to Osawa's place, and at Osawa's place, he saw Osawa getting handcuffed and being escorted out of his own house. But he doesn't recognize Osawa. He was only there for the twins, not realizing the twins are being chased all around Shibuya right now. And now he has to go to the next spot, having no twins story. Okay, so it's Osawa's thing that we have to do. Guilty conscience only happened because of what Kano said to him. A simple error in word choice that led Osawa to a completely wrong conclusion. Kano ought to properly inform Osawa just what the kidnappers are after. Okay, so we gotta go to Kano's route really quick and prevent this bad end. But there is... Wait, I think there's a jump somewhere. Oh wait, there is a jump. We have a couple of jumps here. Let's Shinya Kano. And another jump here to Detective. But there's no jump to Detective here. So let's backtrack a bit more and jump to Kano so that we get rid of that keep out on his side. Alright. He reloaded the page and saw that his earlier thread had gotten a reply. Right, he was on that one idols page trying to get some advice from other people in the forums. And this pretty honey person who claims to be a 17-year-old who is probably the dad of Kano's girlfriend, which just makes this even more weird. But anyway, we are trying to... Where's the jump? Wait, I think the jump's up here. No wait, the jump is a jump over here at the... At the pretty honey? Let me see, where's the jump here? I think the jump is over here. Oh, there it goes. Incidentally, Shinya Kano's girlfriend Rumi also posts at 87th Precinct telecommunity from time to time. She had several massive arguments with Pretty Honey there, with the latter criticizing the police for not doing their job. And this is why we think that Pretty Honey might be Rumi's dad, though I don't know if she knows. And definitely Osawa doesn't know about this whole thing. Alright, well, let's go in, jump to Kano, and see if we can fix this whole thing. Kuze's voice came in over the wireless as the car came out onto Meijidori. We've identified the owner of the condominium. It's Mamoru Tanaka. He's a colleague of Kenji Osawa. What? Kano squawked. This was an unexpected twist. Kajiwara confirms that Tanaka left the Osawa residence at just after 1400 hours. No word on his movements since then. It's possible he headed to his private condo, or the attaché case is slated to end up. Any officer who runs across Tanaka is to apprehend him on sight. Kuze cut the connection. This mastermind you've been chasing, Kano asked. Is it Tanaka? Stanley didn't reply. Fine, never mind. I just wish I could know if Tatsuno is safe. Still worried about that traitor, huh? So Stanley could ignore all of his questions, but still remember to make snide remarks. Talking about Tatsuno's the only thing that gets a reaction out of you, isn't it? Kano snorted. What makes you so certain he can't be a traitor? Tatsuno just isn't like that. That's not an answer, Stanley scoffed. Alright, I've watched the man work for years. I know him. He has no reason to betray the Force. You've watched him work, huh? What about his private life, then? Do you know all about that, too? He hasn't had money trouble or anything like that. Kano felt his blood starting to boil. I don't care what you think, he said. I trust Detective Tatsuno. Trust him. On what basis? I don't need any basis to have faith in someone, Kano snapped. Holy crap, the close-up on the what do you call this? The 5 o'clock shadow. Forget the detailed CGs with every single little pore. Just get an up-close photograph of someone, and then you can see every little pore. Without any basis in fact, it's just plain sentimentality, Stanley said. There's no reason or logic to it. A thin smile came to his face. Be they friends or family, you can never really know other people. The only person you can trust is yourself. Kano had no response for such an emotionless statement. He looked away. He and Stanley were just plain incompatible. It seemed like no amount of talking would let them get through to one another. Never take anything at face value, Kano. You start trusting too much, you're basically as good as dead. Kano just stared out the window. Supposedly, Stanley is also dangerous, though, for Hitomi, so I don't know what to make of that. The Shibuya precinct came into view. Tanaka's condo wasn't much further now. They were outside of Tanaka's condo now. Over there, Stanley said, keeping his voice down. Who the heck? I thought we already got all the... the guys handing off attaché case. I mean, someone killed them. But there's just one guy still walking around. Across the street was one of the foreign syndicate members, walking briskly, the attaché case clutched at his side. I'm making the arrest. Kano, wait! Stanley exclaimed. Kano heard him loud and clear, but he had no intention of stopping. He approached with the criminal at full speed, then leapt to tackle him around the waist. The two men fell to the pavement in a tangled heap. The collision sent the attaché case flying. Kano's eyes tracked the case for a moment too long. He was caught off guard when the man threw a punch at him. Oh wow. The blow caught him in the jaw, snapping his head back. Hey Panzer, welcome. Miss anything? Not yet, to be honest. I just made a jump from Osawa to Kano to hopefully clear up some bad ends on Osawa's side. But anything from last time, I just did a quick summary, really. But no, you haven't really missed much. They just went to a condominium that is owned by Tanaka. Tanaka, the guy who is an assistant to Osawa, because apparently this is where the attaché case is headed, and apparently Tanaka might be the mastermind, quote unquote, might be the mastermind of this whole kidnapping thing. But it's probably not that simple. But he's definitely involved somehow. So that's where we're at right now. And Kano was trying to arrest this guy before getting into a scuffle. For a moment, Kano saw stars. As he shook off the impact, the man sprang to his feet and sprinted away in the direction of Stanley's car. Stanley! Kano shouted. Grab him! Get the case! Grab him! But Stanley ignored the man and instead went for the attaché case. Oh come on, really? Kano had no choice but to pursue the perp himself. He hadn't come this far just to let the crooks get away now. Suddenly, the fleeing man skidded to a stop. This guy looks like a mountain man or something. Several cars had pulled across the road ahead, and detectives were pouring out of them. His escape route cut off, the criminal resigned himself to capture. While Kano helped make the arrest, several of the other detectives broke into Tanaka's condo. The attaché case isn't even the important bit. Stanley, meanwhile, was carefully inspecting the interior of the attaché case. He'd already opened it. It was stuffed with bundles of banknotes. By the way, these 10,000 yen notes, apparently they got replaced recently by something else. But, which is kind of funny, because it hasn't been that long since we got new Japanese bills. The 50 million yen ransom was back in police hands. There's a decoy. The American muttered under his breath. I wonder where... His words trailed off, but Kano had heard them. What'd you expect? The detective demanded. Samples of that new drug in there? As usual, Stanley gave no reply. The look on his face, however, told Kano he'd been right on the mark. Some of the backup team emerged from Tanaka's condo. Kano turned to them, feeling a sudden surge of anxiety for Maria. What's the situation in there? He asked. They told him that they'd found no one in Tanaka's rooms. So the hostage's status remained unknown, and the main culprit had evaded capture. This case hadn't been solved. In fact, it was still unfolding the worst way conceivable. And still, Stanley remained focused on the attaché case, pondering it with a thoughtful expression. Look, Kano told him, I'm going to request that I be returned to my normal duties. Maria still needs to be rescued, and I still need to find out what happened to Hitomi and Detective Tatano. For once, Stanley actually responded. Hitomi? Yes, that's it. It makes perfect sense that they'd have her carry it. Huh? What do you mean? This whole attaché case really was a fake-out. Whoa, slow down, Kano said, wishing he could calm himself with his words. Explain what you're talking about. Somehow, the kidnappers made contact with Kenji Osawa and got him to have Hitomi carry the drug, separate from the ransom. Wait, you're saying they had Hitomi bring them the drug? Stanley nodded. The case handoffs were some sort of camouflage, a way for them to keep the police distracted from their real goal. I mean, that was kind of obvious, but Why did it take so long to figure out? Kano nodded. It had indeed felt like the case relay was a decoy, an attempt to buy time. If this syndicate were after something else entirely, that would explain why so many of their actions had appeared to make no sense. So, Kano asked, what sort of drug is it? Why would they go to such lengths to get their hands on it? It's an antiviral. Stanley replied after some hesitation. A way to cure people infected with a very particular virus. What virus are we talking about? It's called UA. Kano never heard of it. Still, he could imagine the possibilities. Suppose this UA was something like the Ebola virus. Supposing nothing. It actually is in this case. Discovered in Sudan, 1976, infection causes Ebola hemorrhagic fever, resulting in high fever and massive bleeding throughout the body. At present, there is no vaccine to prevent infection, nor any drug to cure the disease after it manifests. So if you get Ebola, you are frickin' screwed. Or perhaps HIV. Oh, we have a note for this one too? Human immunodeficiency virus. HIV destroys the cells that are essential for regulating cell-mediated immunity, considerably reducing immune response. This effect can result in infections that would ordinarily be fought off easily, developing into serious illness. There are various treatments, but as of yet, nothing that will eradicate the virus completely. Even the all-too-familiar influenza. And we're not talking about COVID because COVID hasn't been introduced yet in this time. Infectious disease caused by the influenza virus. Symptoms are similar to that of common cold, but are much more severe, occasionally resulting in death. There are three main types of the virus, A, B, and C, with A and B causing the typical run of the illness. Neuraminidase is recommended as an effective inhibitor, but this merely alleviates the symptoms and is not a complete cure. The flu will just go away by itself. There were medicines that could treat all those diseases, but nothing that could cure them completely. Any drug that could do that would be worth vast sums of money. Kano, did you have any means of getting in touch with Mr. Osawa? Yes, I know one of the detectives stationed at his home. Check in with him ASAP. Find out whether or not he gave the antiviral to Hitomi. Kano suppressed a scowl. It looked like he wasn't done assisting Stanley yet. He got a cell phone and dialed up Kajiwara. Kajiwara picked up promptly. Kano, what's going on? Could I speak with Mr. Osawa? I suppose that would be alright. What for, though? There's something I needed him to confirm for me. It's an emergency. Alright. Just make sure not to tell him anything about the investigation. Sure thing. After a while, a man's hoarse voice came over the line. Osawa speaking. Can I help you? This is Detective Kano, from the Shibuya precinct. Time is critical, so I need to just cut to the chase here. Kano took a deep breath. Did you give the antiviral drug to your daughter Hitomi? Osawa let out a gasp. They know. Wait, what do you mean keep out? What do you mean keep out? Oh, we're gonna have to go, do we have to go back to Osawa to... There is another jump over here. Alright. Maybe we can make this jump now? I think? On the other end of the line! What? Osawa was so startled that his voice caught in his throat. What are you talking about? The antiviral research was top secret. So how did some detective from the Shibuya precinct know about it? Jump back to Kano! Jump back to Kano for this conversation. So dramatic. The dramatic jump. Yeah. What are you talking about? I'm the one asking the questions here, Mr. Osawa. Did you give the antiviral drug to your daughter Hitomi? I'm not sure I understand the question. Osawa's voice trembled as he spoke. Kano was sure he'd hit the nail right on the head. I know that what the syndicate is really after, Mr. Osawa. It's the virus. It's you. It's Hitomi. It's Hitomi? It's the virus? It's you? I'm honestly not sure. I mean, Hitomi is probably the actual main target, and not really the virus. Is it Hitomi? It's Hitomi. Osawa remained silent. There's a jump here. Can we jump? We'll jump later. Mr. Osawa? Is everything alright? The line went dead. Guess that answers that well enough, Arno said as he put away his phone. Now it was clear why the criminals were after Hitomi. He saw an uneasy look on Stanley's face. Something on your mind? Kano asked. Stanley responded with a question of his own. If Hitomi was carrying the antiviral, how were the criminals planning on getting it from her? Kano thought for a moment. Well, taking her by force at the scramble posed too high of a risk, he said. There were nearly 100 detectives there, and they must have guessed there would be. That's why they devised the attaché case relay. They want to abduct Hitomi somewhere away from the Dragnet's notice. This was the plan that all signs seemed to suggest. But still, he added, I wonder how they managed to lead her away from police protection. They didn't, actually. They actually didn't. That was an accident by Achi. A look of revelation crossed Stanley's face. All they'd need to do was convince her to go of her own accord. But how? Then it came to him. He thought back to Hitomi's initial contact with Tariq Al-Karawan. Just before he'd taken the attaché case from her, the two had a brief conversation. It was possible Al-Karawan had given Hitomi some form of instructions then. The Boo minivan. Guess we're back to tracking down Al-Karawan again, huh? Kano could tell from the look in Stanley's eyes that he was on the verge of saying something. Probably some remark about how Tatsuno had allowed Al-Karawan to run free. Right now, Kano wasn't going to argue the point. After this case was resolved, he discovered what Tatsuno's real motives were. And once he did, Stanley would eat his words. In the meantime, we can't just wander around looking without any leads, he said. Until we get more intel, let's see what we can do with the security cameras back at the precinct. That's a lot of cameras and so high up. I think you guys need to make that cameras come down a little closer. Numerous monitors shone down on the pair as they entered the Shibuya precinct surveillance room. Each showed an array of faces of individuals somewhere in Shibuya. Kano asked one of the operators to pull up Al-Karawan's data on screen. Let's see, what do we have? Date of birth, February 15, 1976, 6'9", holy crap he's tall. Weight unknown, build medium, language, Arabic, English, Japanese, somehow. Dark brown, black, hair, eyes, complexion light, scar marks, none known. Tariq Al-Karawan has previous offenses of something something, drug possession, something something, leader of a crime syndicate, gotcha. By selecting each of the faces on the monitors in turn, they could run comparisons to determine if anyone among them was Al-Karawan. One by one, the operator made his way through the faces. Assuming their target was still in Shibuya, there was a high likelihood they'd find him. But the minutes ticked past, and there was still no sign of him. Kano's tone grew more and more impatient as he directed the operator's search. Just calm down, Stanley said. He set a hand on Kano's shoulder. You keep wasting your energy when you don't need to. That's just how I do things, Kano replied. I'm energetic because I care. He pointed out another face to the operator. Well, you're setting yourself up for a short life. With a sigh, Stanley sank into a nearby chair. My brother was like you. The American spoke so quietly that his words were barely audible. 10 minutes later, a man clad in black appeared on one of the monitors. The operator lined up his cursor. The comparison check confirmed that it was Al-Karawan. Yes, Kano hissed, pumping his fists. It appeared that their quarry was simply walking around town, calm and composed. Kano radioed in Al-Karawan's location to Kuze.
All units, intercept the suspect on the double,
Kuze ordered.
Kano will provide guidance using the surveillance monitors.
They saw Al-Karawan stop in front of a cigarette vending machine. Was he waiting for someone?
Sasayama reporting. I've got eyes on the mutt.
Mutt, perpetrator, hook, to put someone in cuffs. Dipper, pickpocket, wants, outstanding warrants. Hang paper, to write multiple citations, and other such traditional police jargon. Kano's partner had evidently been nearby.
I'm making the arrest,
he said. There was a note of courage in Sasayama's voice. He came into view on the monitor, walking casually. At some point, he ditched his anime nerd costume, his otaku outfit, for a street dancer's getup, which does not look very much like a street dancer, I'm gonna have to tell you. It didn't appear that Al-Karawan had noticed him yet. Bit by bit, Sasayama closed the distance. Not much further now. Kano's hand balled into a fist as he watched. And then something unexpected happened. Another man came running into view, right in the middle of the monitor. Teruyu Toyama? Really, Toyama? While searching for Hana at Shibuya Geigo, he was located by a duo of debt collectors and fled the scene. Hana left Geigo to find him and ran into him here in Maruyamacho. The pair are heading down Koendori trying to find a place to hide. Wow. Really? This guy screws up the investigation? There was no sound, but they could see that the newcomer was shouting something. As Al-Karawan turned to look at the man, Sasayama launched himself like a bullet from a gun. In an instant, Detective and Perp were locked in a violent scuffle right there on the street. Kano swallowed a lump in his throat as he watched the struggle unfold. Early in the day, Al-Karawan had done a number on Sasayama, but this time, the detective had the upper hand. He got a grip on Al-Karawan's neck and kneed him repeatedly. Al-Karawan tried desperately to bring Sasayama to the ground, but Sasayama braced himself and avoided the takedown. Then he shifted his stance and took Al-Karawan to the pavement with a spectacular hip throw. Why are we not seeing all of this on camera? Why are we unfocused on the other side? Oh, there we go. Yes! Kano clapped his hands together in excitement. Catching the perp in a scarf hold, Sasayama got out his handcuffs. A technique in judo involves wrapping an arm around the opponent's neck while performing an upper body pin. Stanley, we should head to the scene, Kano said. He looked away from the monitor for a mere moment, and when he looked back, Sasayama had released his hold and crumbled to the ground. What? Panicked, Kano stared at the image of his friend. He got stabbed so quickly! What the heck? There was something jutting up from Sasayama's abdomen. Zoom in, Kano cried frantically. The camera closed in on Sasayama. Now Kano could see exactly what he'd feared. Sasayama had been stabbed in the gut. Blood pooled on the pavement around him. Sasayama! Kano screamed. The camera showed several other detectives arriving at the scene, capturing Al-Karawan before he could escape. But Sasayama lay motionless. The pooled blood around him spread further and further across the pavement. Unable to look any longer, Kano rushed from the surveillance room. Is this a bad end, just because Sasayama dies? Oh no, it's actually to be continued. Oh! Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Alright, so that's to be continued. How about Osawa? Can we proceed with Osawa? Oh, we can actually proceed with Osawa. That is actually good news. Let's go. Man, I hope Sasayama's okay. But you never know. Get some water. What? What are you talking about? The antiviral research was top secret, so how did some detective from the Shibuya precinct know about it? Osawa was bewildered. I'm the one asking the questions here, Mr. Osawa. Did you give the antiviral drug to your daughter, Hitomi? I'm not sure I understand the question. I know what the syndicate is really after, Mr. Osawa. Osawa's mind went blank when he heard what Kano said next. He could give no reply. Mr. Osawa? The detective continued after a moment. Is everything alright? Without really thinking, Osawa hung up. Well, we don't get a bad end anymore, but Osawa staggered out of the living room. He needed to be alone. To his surprise, Kajiwara didn't try to stop him. Pills? Shutting his study door behind him, he dropped onto the sofa, then grabbed 3 times his normal doses of stomach pills. There was no water in the room, so he had to swallow them dry. Detective Kano's words echoed in his mind. I know what the syndicate is really after, Mr. Osawa. It's Hitomi. There was only one reason they could be after Hitomi. He broke out in a cold sweat as he began to understand what this kidnapping was really about. It had all started 6 days earlier. 6 days earlier? It was April 22. Osawa had just returned from the United States the day before. He was in the midst of some routine work at the General Research Lab when his cell phone rang. The LCD display showed an unlisted caller. With some hesitation, Osawa picked up. Hello? Is this Kenji Osawa? The caller was using a voice modulator. Oh, I guess we gotta do the same. Type of device or software used to make one's voice sound different. Changing a voice to the point of making the voice print or tone analysis impossible represents a major challenge. To be able to do so in real time requires major financial and technological resources. Except not these days, you just need voice mod. Osawa raised an eyebrow. Yes?
Go and analyze Hitomi's blood.
Her blood?
If you don't, she's going to die.
With that, the caller hung up. There was an intensity behind this that made Osawa sure it wasn't just some prank call. He had Hitomi come into the lab ASAP. He told Hitomi he wanted a sample of her blood for an experiment. She agreed, suspecting nothing. He placed some of the blood he'd drawn into a glass slide, then added some fluorescein, a type of fluorescent dye. Yellow-green liquid type of fluorescent dye, chiefly used in preparing specimens for viewing under a fluorescent microscope, but has other uses as well, such as diagnostic reagent administered in eye exams. Its highest volume used is on St. Patrick's Day when massive amounts of fluorescent is used to dye the Chicago River green. Oh, really? They do that? I didn't realize that. A type of dye that causes substance to emit higher wavelength fluorescent light when illuminated with a certain other type of light. Such dyes can reveal fine details when used in specimens viewing through a fluorescent microscope. Placing the slide under a fluorescence microscope, he took a look. It can't be. Osawa could hardly believe his eyes. Wriggling under the microscope was the Grim Reaper's sickle itself. There was no mistaking it. Hitomi was infected with the Uwa virus. Trembling, Osawa hurried to his computer. He opened the Uwa virus folder on his monitor. Within were images showing the stages of the virus's propagation. He double-clicked to magnify the first image. Well, if it was 6 days ago, the treatment must have worked, because if I remember correctly, the virus works very, very quickly. So she would have died pretty soon. But here's the question: how the heck did she get it out all the way here in Japan? The Reaper sickles were interlocked with one another. He clicked on the next image. After further propagation, the Uwa virus looked less like a sickle, more of an insectoid larva. Next was the final image. Interlocked into a single mass, the Uwa virus vaguely resembled a sinister, many-petaled sunflower. It took a mere 12 hours for the pathogen to develop to this point and begin its hideous destruction of the human body. Hitomi's infection sample was still in the state shown in the first image. There was still a chance to save her. Osawa slumped back in his chair, huddling in on himself. He had no choice. There was only one way to save Hitomi. He would have to administer the nearly completed antiviral. Using the antiviral without official approval was a grievous violation of company policy, acting against company rules and regulations. Okoshi Pharmaceutical prohibits leaking work-related information to outsiders. In the case of a major violation, not only can the violator be fired, but the company may also seek indemnities. Still, Osawa didn't have time to get the higher-ups to approve a clinical trial. He might be punished severely for it, but this was his only option. His daughter's life was at stake. But there was also another, even bigger hurdle in his way. The antiviral drug was stored in the deepest recesses of the biochemical research building. A high-intensity X-ray scanner was set up at the entrance to the storage area. This made it impossible for him to take research materials out. X-ray, a type of radiation, also referred to as Röntgen rays, with a shorter wavelength than UV light but a longer wavelength than gamma rays. I did not know about the Röntgen thing. That's new to me. Because X-rays can penetrate many objects with little absorption or scattering, they can be used to create images of internal structure. Hospitals, for example, use X-ray technology to examine the insides of a patient's bodies, while security personnel use it to scan luggage at airports and to search for bombs. Well, if he couldn't get the antiviral out of there, he just had to bring Hitomi in. A course of action quickly took shape in his mind. First, he'd need to slip out of the general research building. He would then head to the biomedical research facility and show his ID card to the guard at the front gate. Many facilities that carry out highly classified research assign different levels of security clearance to individual researchers, and only those with a suitable clearance, as indicated by their ID cards, are admitted to restricted areas. Development of more advanced technology such as electronic ID cards are replacing older barcode-type entry cards. And we have this Metal Gear-esque cinematic, as if we are doing an infiltration. What the heck? After passing through the lobby under the watchful gaze of several security cameras, he had reached an elevator at the end of the hall that went directly to the storage section. This elevator required an ID scan to operate. This is 100% Metal Gear. What? Going down, all the way down into the earth. Game tries everything outside of combat. Yeah, apparently. It would take about 20 seconds to get down to the first basement level and arrive at the entrance of the storage area. Finding an excuse to get Hitomi that far ought to be doable. If the security guard got suspicious, Osawa could say it was for a top-secret hematology experiment, and the guard would probably believe him. The problem was what came after. So that's the scanner. Oh, now we're replaced by actual image. Getting into the storage area itself required fingerprint authentication from both Osawa and Tanaka. This meant that he couldn't possibly get the antiviral without Tanaka's cooperation. Desperate with uncertainty, Osawa called out Tanaka. He frantically explained the situation. Understood, Tanaka replied. We need to get her this drug as soon as possible. If the company finds out about this, you'll be held accountable for violation of corporate policy along with me. Are you sure you're okay with that? What are you talking about? Hitomi's life is more important than company policy. Tanaka spoke without hesitation. So why does it seem like he might be part of this crime syndicate? I have no freaking clue what's happening anymore. Osawa felt an immense surge of gratitude for his assistant. And I have to say, I'm deeply moved by your determination, Tanaka added. Moved? What for? You really are worried about Hitomi. Osawa's gratitude faded. What are you talking about? Of course I am. My apologies. It's just that putting your career on the line for something so personal is... It's what? It's not like me? No. Well, yes. I'm sorry. Now Tanaka's voice was colored with embarrassment. Just what sort of person do you think I am? I don't know, someone who's cooped up in the lab all day, not exactly thinking about family? Osawa resisted the urge to ask the question out loud. A short time later, Osawa and Tanaka stood before the door to the secure storage area. The security guard had let them in without the slightest suspicion. Osawa pressed his index finger to the fingerprint scanner first. Accepted. He realized he'd been holding his breath as his authorization finally went through. After a moment later, Tanaka touched his own finger to the scanner plate. Accepted. Caution! Restricted area. Authorized personnel only beyond this point. In English and not Japanese. Why is it in English? The lock released with an audible clang and the heavy door opened. Osawa hurried to retrieve the antiviral. As he picked up a small vial, he had a sudden realization. They were finally going to use the drug in a human test. His fatherly wish to cure Hitomi was overlaid by an intense rush of curiosity. The researchers' drive to discover his results. Hurry. I need to hurry. I need to administer the antiviral as soon as possible. Osawa could hardly fend off his excitement. Over the course of the next few hours following the injection, the Uwa virus would be eradicated from Hitomi's body. There had been some fever and cramping as temporary side effects, but the DDS had done a spectacular job of stomping out the virus. Drug Delivery System, DDS, also known as Smart Drug Delivery, the ability to target a specific region of the body with a specific drug, has momentous implications for the future of medicine. DDS technology is currently being tested extensively around the world. This music be loud. In saving his daughter's life, Osawa had proven the value of his research. If he had been asked which made him happier, he would have been hard-pressed to give an answer. Afterwards, he asked Hitomi where she could have become infected, but she had no idea. He explained the need for secrecy and strictly forbade her telling anyone else what had happened. Now a week had passed since Osawa gave the drug to Hitomi. He'd been conducting checks and had discovered that the DDS had not broken down, but remained in Hitomi's bloodstream. Extracting the DDS was a simple matter, requiring just a small blood sample from around the nape of the neck. The DDS tends to linger the nape of the neck because of the lymph nodes located there. These lymph nodes identify viruses that invade the body as foreign substances to be attacked, but they are not always able to overcome particularly powerful pathogens. In such cases, the virus propagates rapidly inside of them. Once the patient has been treated, the antiviral will seek out the virus and accumulate there as well. The DDS itself was simply the delivery system for the antiviral drug. Residual amounts of the antiviral itself stayed behind within the cells. The materials used to create the DDS must, as a matter of course, cause minimal to no harm to the human body. Ideally, rather than accumulate inside the body, DDS substances should be either digested and absorbed or be excreted, because the antiviral must remain in the body for as long as the virus is active. However, a very careful balance must be struck between persistence and dissipation. Using the DDS, it was possible to extract those minuscule amounts from cells in a blood sample, and that's what they're after. That's why they want Hitomi. It might take considerable time, but a sufficiently detailed analysis could allow for the antiviral drug itself to be reconstructed. Osawa felt a chill as he contemplated the situation. The kidnappers had known how tough security was at the lab. So they come up with the idea of using a human vessel to get what they need from within. By infecting Hitomi with the UO virus, they ensure that she'd receive the antiviral, that she'd have it in her blood. But now Tanaka is in on it. If Tanaka was working with the kidnappers, that explains why he'd been so cooperative about the fingerprint scanner. Damn it! Osawa shouted. He clutched his head with his hands. Tanaka had been his partner and trusted confidant for years. Osawa refused to believe he'd been betrayed like this. But who's ringing the doorbell? The door chime sounded. Mr. Osawa, Kajiwara called out. It appears you have a visitor. Could you handle that? Minoru Minakawa! We'll get to you later. Who could possibly be that now of all times? You deal with it. Osawa is in no state to receive a guest. Alright. Osawa dragged himself to his feet. We'll have him deal with it. Alright. With a sigh, Osawa dragged himself to his feet, with a bunch of cops behind him. He stumbled wearily back to the living room where the investigators were staring at the intercom monitor with concern. I don't think you can see much like that with Kajiwara in front, guys. Just saying. The intercom's hidden camera showed a man with an unsettling grin posed intimidatingly outside the front gate. Where's the grin? Osawa didn't recognize him. Yes, who is it? He asked guardedly through the intercom. It is Minorikawa. Where might I know you from, Mr. Minorikawa? Oh, you know, here and there. I mean, there's only one Minorikawa, really. Are you playing games with me? I don't have time for that. Please, just open up. There's no way I'm letting you in, Osawa said. But the nonsensical badgering continued. Look, just hold your horses. I'm here for an interview. You got that? An interview. That's right. It's a piece for 4-Star General Gossip. The name of the magazine brought up an unpleasant memory. That was the gossip rag that had run the article about his political marriage. These faces, man. Wait. This is one of those kinds of articles? What do you mean, those kinds of articles? I'm just looking for an interview. The man's tone was both high-handed and belligerent. Like hell you are. I'm not talking to anyone from the gossip. You're not the one I'm here to talk to. I want to interview your twin daughters. My daughters? I understand they won a shared prize for a beauty contest at Midoriyama Academy. If you wouldn't mind my interviewing them, Furious, Osawa cut off the intercom. Rightly so. This was no time to be indulging someone else's nonsense. Hey, what gives? The man was shouting so loud his voice carried past the gate and through the front door. I'm begging you out here. I'm begging out there. My hands and knees. I'm on my hands and knees. No, you're not. You're actually pointing. He wasn't actually on his hands and knees. Osawa could see that clearly through the intercom monitor. If your daughters aren't home, can you at least tell them I want to get in touch with them? Mr. Osawa, Kajiwara said, frowning. This isn't a good time to have someone drawing attention to your home. All right, I'll get rid of him. Osawa hurried out of the house, confronting Minorikawa through the front gate. I guess we'll jump again later. The journalist had the tenacious look that immediately marked him as a member of the media. Give me your business card, Osawa said. I'll have them get in touch with you later. He took Minorikawa's card, then went right back inside. Really? That's it? Oh, took it for the contact and just tossed it out. Back in his study, Osawa tossed Minorikawa's business card into the trash. Unable to think of what else to do, he tried the internet fortune teller again. He got the same "you're a very work-minded person" result a second time. If you don't get over your indifference to the world might start to harbor quite a grudge. My indifference to the world around me, huh? The truth was that even with his closest companions, even with Tanaka for instance, his relationship had always been strictly a matter of business. He'd never really taken it upon himself to get to know Tanaka as a person, and that was pretty much the case for everyone he knew. He harbored no interest in other people. He had no concern for his fellow man. That had made itself abundantly clear when he received a microscope as a birthday present way back in first grade. Even now, he still remembered the shock he'd felt when he looked through the lens for the first time. He discovered a new, almost infinite world hidden in the midst of the one he'd always thought was too small. By comparison, the real world seemed bland and ugly. Wherever he looked, wherever he went, he had to contend with tedium. It hadn't taken long for him to become more charmed by the world under his microscope than the one around him. It was like a calm, quiet little seaside, a beach where he could just sit and stare out at the waves. He wanted to stay immersed in that world forever and ever. Before he knew it, he was an adult, and then a husband, and then a father, somehow. And people around him thought him an odd fellow, but he hadn't let that change the way he lived his life. And this, now, was the result. He hadn't been betrayed by Tanaka. He didn't know Tanaka well enough for that. Find a way to connect more deeply with the people around you and start living a better life before it's too late. Just do that, and you're sure to have a wonderful future ahead. Osawa picked up his cell phone and dialed Tanaka's number. I tried calling him repeatedly and hadn't gotten through. It was doubtful that he'd pick up. Still, Osawa had to try. The phone rang several times. He listened grimly to the empty mechanical sound, preparing himself for disappointment. But I got picked up. What is it? Tanaka's voice sounded coldly in Osawa's ear. The tension was electric. To be continued. Oh, a keep out? That's a very dramatic keep out right there. Alright, Minorikawa, I guess we're gonna have you get that interview. Let's see. Minorikawa. Let's get here first. Miss Midoriyama is a no-show. Make a choice. Wait a little bit longer. 5 more minutes. Suddenly, a man's voice came through the intercom. Yes, who is it? He sounded rather guarded. It's Minorikawa. Where might I know you from, Mr. Minorikawa? Oh, you know, here and there. I mean, there's only one Minorikawa, really? Are you playing games with me? I don't have time for that. Please, just open up. There's no way I'm letting you in. This discussion was getting them nowhere. Minorikawa decided he'd have to take the direct approach. Look, just hold your horses. I'm here for an interview. You got that? An interview, pointing at the camera. He'd taken the bait. Most folks could hardly resist the word interview. That's right. It's a piece for 4-star general gossip. Wait. This is for one of those kinds of articles? The man sounded angry now. What do you mean, those kinds of articles? I'm just looking for an interview. Like hell you are. I'm not talking to anyone from the gossip. You're not the one I'm here to talk to. I want to interview your twin daughters. My daughters? No parent would deny their children a chance for word of their achievements to spread. I don't know if that's the case here, to be honest. I understand they won a shared prize for a beauty contest at Midoriyama Academy. If you wouldn't mind my interviewing them, the intercom cut off before Minorikawa could finish. Hey, what gives? I'm begging out here, on my hands and knees. He wasn't actually on his hands and knees, but whoever was on the other end couldn't see that. If your daughters aren't home, can you at least tell them I want to get in touch with them? He wasn't even using the intercom now, he was just shouting over the gate. Keep out? A man stepped out of the front door. Give me your business card, he said. I'll have them get in touch with you later. The man had a somewhat stricken look on his face. This had to be Kenji Osawa then. Wait, Hold on. Osawa? Now, Minukawa recognized him. This was Kenji Osawa, the preeminent virologist who worked for Okoshi Pharmaceutical. Four-star General Gossip had run a scandalous article on him in the past. Minukawa remembered reading it. He held his business card and Osawa snatched it from him. The virologist started to head back into his house. Please see that they get back to me, Mr. Osawa, Minukawa shouted after him. And then he noticed something odd. It was the middle of the afternoon, but every window in the house had its curtains drawn. How is that odd? I don't exactly know. That, combined with Osawa's demeanor, set off alarm bells in Minukawa's head. He knew he was onto something, but he couldn't linger at the Osawa residence any longer than he already had. He needed to get to that theater ASAP. He hurried back to the taxi and told Kimizuka to go. A few minutes later, the rear tire skidded sharply as the cab came to a stop beside a different curb. The trip from Shoto to the theater in Sakuragaoka had taken almost no time at all. Here we are, sir, Kimizuka announced. Wow, that was fast. Still, Minukawa was at least 5 minutes behind schedule. He hoped he'd still be able to get to the interview with Owara. And now we're actually at Keep Out. Got you. Let's see, maybe... where would the jump be? I think the jump might be over here. A visitor arrives. A guest. Minukawa. Guess we have to jump at this second one. Jump to Minukawa. A little bit after that. Minukawa got his wallet out of his jacket to pay the driver. Oh no, Kimizuka said, waving a hand. Don't worry about the fare. What, really? Huh? Why not? There's still plenty left over from what you paid me earlier, sir. That's what I meant by special fare. That's right. He'd paid Kimizuka a whole 10,000 yen for taking him to Endo Electronics earlier. But, I mean, I'm not the sort of person to keep the change, as it were, Kimizuka said. Minukawa felt a surge of pride at those words. You're my kind of guy, Mr. Kimizuka. A man on the job can always count on Hachiro Kimizuka's taxi. The driver grinned. Now go on. Go. Thank you. I have a feeling we'll meet again. As Minukawa entered the theater lobby, he saw a bunch of flower bouquets, patrons' gifts of appreciation. Among the names of the senders were celebrities he recognized. The largest of the bouquets was sent by Koichi Nakamura, the secret society Chunsoft. Of the secret society Chunsoft. Chunsoft! Is that Spike Chunsoft? I think that's what it is. The next largest came from Marutaro Ishira from the governmental organization JoyArt. Following that were those of actress Barako Rose, popular scenario writer Ebisu Ipponmatsu, Tohoku Bus Tours Company Ltd, bus guide Kimiko Amo, professional baseball player Masa Narikiyo, the ventriloquist Shinshin, ukulele player Hawaii Matsuda, online TV critic Genzo Akitsu, and so on. I feel like these are names of people that worked in the game. It feels like it. Evidently, the Wandering Angels were a pretty popular acting troupe. Episode 4, The Wandering Angels. Novice actor Takuya Amo, despite his nervousness, gave a credible performance as Shido as the production got underway. But as the show continued, his inexperience became apparent. He went on stage for the big wire action scene, having forgotten to attach himself to the rigging. Tozuka was quick to act, rushing on stage in the improvised role of Assassin with an Edo accent #1, and fixing a rope to Owl's back during the confusion. Continued in episode 5. Shibuya Theater Ace. Okay. People were setting out pamphlets and flyers on a nearby table. Hello, welcome Jinjong, welcome. There was a palpable tension in the air. The crew seemed skittish as they went about their work. "He's late!" someone shouted all of a sudden. It was a man over in one corner of the lobby, railing angrily to nobody in particular. Why the hell hasn't that journalist shown up for the interview? Looked like he had been waiting on Minakawa then. Who the heck is this guy? What's his deal? Pulling this while we're this busy. Guess that's Shinosuke Owarai. I've been busy myself, Minakawa said, keeping his composure. Trust me, I know how it goes. Huh? Who the hell are you? I'm the guy you've been waiting for. Mr. Or I? What? The man glared at him. It's Owarai, he said. Anyway, I'm Minakawa. Sorry to keep you waiting. Though really, a short wait is a small price to pay for the chance to be interviewed by me. Well, I hope you appreciate how valuable my time is, now that you're taking it, snapped Owarai. Wow, someone sure has a high opinion of himself, Minakawa replied. He marched up to Owarai. Damn right I do. I'm Shinosuke Owarai. The theater man got right up to Minakawa's face. Big ego versus big ego, let's go. Like anyone even cares. A jolt of tension sparked between the two men. Around this time, there was a similar jolt of tension between two other people, Kenji Osawa and Mamoru Tanaka, which we will check in on later. I beg your pardon, a woman interrupted. But Mr. Owarai does have a schedule to keep. And who are you, miss? Tsukuzawa, I'm the producer. Oh, producer. Well, listen, Sue, I'm in the middle of an interview here, pointing again. Please don't interrupt. What? That's how you conduct an interview? That's right. This is how I roll. Look, whatever. Oh wow, I growled. Let's just do this already. Fine by me. And now he's so happy, what the heck? The two men sat down at opposite sides of a table in the lobby. But Tsukuzawa spoke up again. Mr. Owarai, please don't forget the meeting you have after this. Yeah, handle that, would you? Minakawa let out a derisive snort. It's like you're holding court, he said. People actually hang around you with that kind of attitude? You have no right to judge my acting troupe. Minakawa straightened up in his chair, a mocking smile on his lips. Oh, so it's your acting troupe, huh? He said. Why not just play all the roles yourself? Heck, you could even be your own audience. How dare you? Owarai rose to his feet and made to leave, but Tsukuzawa herded him back down into his chair. Minakawa continued as if he hadn't heard. Just what is it that you do anyways? He asked. Owarai raised an incredulous eyebrow. You don't know? No, why should I? You came to an interview without knowing anything about who you were interviewing? Yep. That's it, get out! Owarai roared and pointed angrily towards the exit. How dare an unmannered clod like you come in here and waste my time? Hey, who's been unmannered now? I came all the way out here to hear your story, didn't I? Why don't you get out? Minakawa pointed at the exit as well. Why the hell should I have to leave? Owarai demanded. This is my house. Theater jargon for the theater itself, especially the main auditorium. Look, just get out. This time, both yelled and pointed towards the exit in unison. What the heck? Tsukuzawa quickly interposed herself between them, forcing a smile. Gentlemen, please, come down, she said. Then she turned to Minakawa. You should be aware that Mr. Owarai used to be a broadcast writer. Someone who writes for television or radio programs. A great show depends not only on the actor's performances, but on the skills of the broadcast writer. This is it's like point versus pointing. One ego versus another. He's responsible for a lot of big hits. You don't need to mention that, he grumbled. Nonetheless, Tsukuzawa rattled off the names of several shows. Minakawa did indeed recognize many of them. He murmured. So how come you're running a failing theater now? Failing? Owara went red in the face. I'm not wrong, am I? You are absolutely the rudest person I have ever met. What would a rank amateur like yourself know about the theater? Owara's face was dark with rage, but Minorikawa didn't back down. Listen, this has nothing to do with how well your theater is or isn't doing, he snapped. The television world wouldn't accept you, so in order to retain your pride as an entertainer, you started doing theater. Isn't that so? Don't act like you know anything. I've staked my entire life on the theater. It seemed as if Owara might throw a punch at any moment. Sure, a city theater might seem a small time compared to TV. Might seem small time. But you get a lot more of a response from it. Response? Oh, now that sounds interesting. Darn right, Owara exclaimed. You can see it from up on stage. The audience, you can see their faces. There was a passion in Owara's voice now. You can really feel it. When the audience is enjoying themselves, you can feel that energy. You can't get that from doing television. Thinking back on it now, my time spent working on TV. Let's see, what's a good analogy? It's like being handed a towel that's already damp. No, that's not right. Okay, so a better analogy would be... And without further preamble, Owara began talking about his tribulations back in his broadcast writer days. Minorikawa smiled inwardly. Bait taken. The interview ended promptly after 15 minutes, the time that had been promised. Both men emerged from it as if from a daze. Minorikawa found himself staring Owara in the face, shaking him by the hand. So, what kind of story did I just get? He asked, speaking half to himself. You heard about one man in his life, and I have to admit, it was a good interview. Thanks, you have my gratitude. What the heck is this development? With a satisfied smile, Minorikawa closed his notebook. Right, glad to hear that then. Owara inclined his head, looking a bit bewildered. A flustered Sukuzawa interrupted. Mr. Minorikawa, wasn't this interview for a piece about the performance? Huh? Minorikawa blinked. It's just that you were only asking about Mr. Owara and not about the performance itself. Sukuzawa said. Oh, I see what you mean. Actually, I came here for a piece I'm going to be writing called Where Are They Now? Washed Up Broadcast Writer Showcase. Washed up? Owara was red in the face all over again. After they'd been friends. You bastard! How dare you! Forget everything I just told you. I do not give you my permission to use in your magazine. You're too late. What? I already heard your whole story. You should be grateful that I'll be writing a piece on it. You bastard! With a wild look in his eyes, Owara snatched up a hammer the stage crew had left behind. Wait, go ahead, hit me. Ouch! What? Ouch, go ahead and hit me. Tempt fate. Go ahead and hit me. Go ahead, hit me. Oh, I'll hit you all right. Owara waved the hammer menacingly. But the attack came to a sudden halt as a ringtone startled him out of his fury. Hold on a moment. Minorikawa said it brightly. I have to take this. He whipped out his cell phone. Hello, Minorikawa speaking. This is Osawa. Wow, he called back a lot sooner than Minorikawa had expected. And I didn't think he'd call back at all. Have your daughters come home then? No. Actually, there's a favor I'd like to ask you. A favor? Minorikawa thought back to his visit to the Osawa residence. The drawn curtains, the stricken look on Osawa's face. Minorikawa's instincts had sensed something significant going on. Apparently, getting the full story wasn't going to come without some cost. A favor, huh? Is it something urgent? I'll pay whatever I have to. I just need you to look into something as quickly as possible. His voice had the telltale desperation of a man who'd been backed into a corner. All right, Minorikawa said. I can help you out for a little while. Osawa hurriedly explained what he was after. The request was a strange one. He wanted Minorikawa to look into a scandalous article that 4-star General Gossip had run about him in the past. What makes this so important? Do I have to say? I mean, you're asking me to look into something without explaining anything. He eyed Owari lurking nearby with obvious irritation. Minorikawa would need to calm the erstwhile broadcast writer, or else his interview really would be for naught. He decided to bluff both men at the same time. Let me just say one thing, he said into the phone. He made sure he spoke loud and clear so that Owari would overhear. I want to tell the world this story. No, I need to tell it. If I don't feel that way about something, no amount of money in the world will get me to write an article on it. That's my pride as a writer at work. Minorikawa could see Owari's aura of rage fading as he listened. The theater man looked surprised. Ew. Meanwhile, Osawa had decided to open up a bit. Alright, he said. I can't share all the details, but... Okay, he's in a talkative mood now. Good job, Minorikawa. See, this is going fine. The power balance of the entire world might be at stake here. Osawa continued, and I mean that quite literally. I can tell you more after you're done investigating. Wait, was he serious? How could the world's balance of power hinge on looking into some alleged marital affair? It was so absurd that Minorikawa had to fight the urge to burst out laughing. A person would need to be out of his mind to believe a story like that. But Minorikawa wasn't the average person. And sometimes, the truth was so ridiculous, it really was stranger than fiction. Osawa wasn't lying. Minorikawa's instincts told him that much. Alright, he said. I'll check the editing department's notes from back then. Minorikawa felt his excitement building. Things were really getting interesting. For the moment, he nearly forgot Toyama and his troubles. To be continued? Oh, not quite yet. He ended the call. Owari approached him and extended his hand. Listen, your methods might be a little extreme, but I can tell you take pride in your work. Of course I do. I'm sorry for getting so worked up. I bet you'd write a fine article about me. So please, Mr. Minorikawa, let the world know about me and my half-lived life. And now they're friends again. Minorikawa took the offered hand and shook it. Leave it to me. Once I'm done with it, you won't just be some washed-up nobody anymore. Mr. Ori. It's Owari. Mr. Minorikawa grinned. What the heck? Minorikawa rushed out of the theater. He completed all the interviews that could be done before 4 o'clock. Now he had an hour left to write it all up to convince the folks from the loan company that the gossip could stay afloat. Ah! He let out a roar, psyching himself up for the final push. To be continued. And I guess we jump to Osawa now. Alright then. What the heck is going on with this route? To be continued. Alright, where is that jump? The jump is here to Kenji Osawa. Hopefully we can get a... Hopefully we can get to be continued on Osawa's route with this. Osawa picked up his cell phone and dialed Tanaka's number. The phone rang several times. He listened grimly to the empty mechanical sound, preparing himself for disappointment. What is it? Tanaka's voice sounded coldly in Osawa's ear. The tension was electric. Osawa felt a surge of outrage. He wanted to scream. But he took a deep breath and managed to maintain control. Tanaka? Where are you? Is Maria alright? Tanaka did not reply. The police told me. They said you were connected to the kidnapping. A soft chuckle came from the other end of the line. Oh no. Showing his colors? Well. police sure do know how to do their jobs. Tanaka's tone was unapologetic. He sounded nothing like the man Osawa thought he knew so well. Why would you do this? Money? Are you having money troubles? Money? Tanaka replied. I suppose that's part of it. Honestly, I doubt you'd understand. Do you have any idea what it's been like for me, doing our research together? You're always the one who takes center stage. The fruits of our success are all yours, even though you couldn't have done any of it without me. The more he said, the more vitriol seethed into his words. Osawa's hands trembled as he clutched the phone. The taker can never understand how it feels to be taken from. You've hoarded so many things to yourself, so I'm taking some of them back. And with that, he hung up. Hey, Tanaka! Wow, he did a 180 in such a short time. But the 180 happened way before this, I suppose. Osawa dialed the number again, but Tanaka didn't pick up. Osawa racked his brain, thinking back on how Tanaka had been acting earlier that day. Had there been anything unusual? Any clue at all, no matter how small? He could find some hint? If he could find some hint, maybe he'd be able to find Maria and Hitomi. That was it! I had been suspicious of Tanaka all along. So much so that she planted a bug on him hidden in a tie clip. Her suspicions must have been pretty strong. Wait, Osawa recalled what Kajiwara had said. But still, if she is that worried, giving a tie clip as a gift is a bit... The words had struck Osawa as odd when he had first heard them. I had never given him a tie clip. His heart gave a heavy throb in his chest. It couldn't be. No, it was impossible. Was I in on this too? The article from 4-Star General Gossip crept back into his mind. The article had talked about a man I had dated before she married Osawa, which was probably Tanaka. I think I had a hunch about this. The man's identity was never revealed. Could it have been Tanaka? You've hoarded so many things to yourself, so I'm taking some of them back. Tanaka's cold words took a new depth of meaning. Osawa felt the foundations of his life begin to crumble. Were Tanaka and I accomplices in all of this? No. Wait. Just calm down. He couldn't let himself jump to conclusions. He needed to be more level-headed. Everything depended on it. If the two really were accomplices, why would I have planted a bug on Tanaka? What purpose would that serve? What could it mean? It was no use. Osawa couldn't think of how that made sense. First things first, he needed to establish what relationship between I and Tanaka really was. Once he figured that out, he'd be able to get a better handle on the situation. Obviously, he couldn't just go and ask I directly. If she really were involved in all this, she certainly wouldn't tell him the truth. Osawa thought back to the business card he tossed into the trash. He didn't relish the thought of getting up from that scavenging hyena, getting help from that scavenging hyena, but there was no time to be picky. If he wasn't able to leave the house, he needed someone else to do some investigating for him. The freelance writer, Minoru Minokawa. He was Osawa's only hope. Wow, that's how it came to be. And now it's to be continued. Everything's to be continued. Next chapter we go. Are we gonna wrap this up now? Let's see. Probably not quite yet. I'm not feeling it. Oh, we're not. Whoa, we're nowhere near done. We still have another round of shenanigans before this comes to a close. Oh wait. Oh wait. Oh, okay. We still have 5 people. Well, I'm really curious what's happening on Osawa's route, but he can't do anything by himself. So, we may have to check out other people's routes first before we get into it. But I'm kind of curious what Osawa is doing right now. For the first time, I kind of want to start on Osawa's route on a chapter. So let's do that and see what's up to. I've never truly trusted anyone, not on a fundamental level. Human beings are a type of organism that I can't get a true handle on through mere surface interactions. And the very fact that I have never trusted anyone else means that, inevitably, no one else has ever trusted me. In the end, maybe the root of all my problems can be traced back to my heart. As he waited for Minurikawa to contact him, Osawa thought about his current crisis. Assuming Tanaka was behind the kidnapping, then he must have accomplices. And these criminals had mistakenly abducted Maria in their attempt to get at the antiviral drug that was in Hitomi's blood. Maria and Hitomi were fraternal twins, but they looked similar enough to be mistaken for identical twins. Still, Tanaka would never confuse the two. The mix-up must have been made by some criminal who didn't know Maria or Hitomi personally. Insisting that Hitomi bring the ransom to the train station was obviously their solution. They had set her out for a second abduction. But piecing together this much of the kidnapper's plan was only raise a different question. Why had Tanaka shown him those emails from Hitomi? Wouldn't the criminals want to keep information like that hidden? The more Osawa thought about things, the less they made sense. Hey G&G, welcome. We are now in a new chapter. And somehow or another, Osawa has roped Minurikawa into helping him investigate something. And it has been fully and truly shown that Tanaka is at least partially involved with this kidnapping. But to what extent? No idea quite yet. But that's where we are at, and we're starting the new chapter on Osawa's route instead of Tama's route. We'll get to Tama's soon enough, but kind of curious what's happening here. Did Achi escape Chiri? I think he escaped Chiri a long time ago, so he's good on that front. But he's stuck in a building, so we're gonna figure that out later. Just who are my true allies, and who are my foes? Mr. Osawa, a delivery has arrived for you. It was Kajiwara at the study door. Well, Kajiwara is your best friend now, that's for sure. Come in. Kajiwara stepped into the room and handed Osawa a letter-sized envelope. Osawa checked the label. Kaming, the official Aya Kamiki fan club membership application enclosed. What? Membership application? Is Kaming their like fan name? Requires a 1,000 in initiation fee and yearly dues of 3,000 yen? I guess to keep funding? Membership grants several perks, including the opportunity to reserve concert tickets in advance of the general public. Osawa is fond of the members-only website content, which includes Ayakamiki's blog and exclusive videos. Okay. This has been brought up several times already. What the heck is even going on? Right, he had requested that application the day he had gotten back from overseas. Would you mind opening that? Kajiwara asked, apologetically. What for? I'd just like to check the contents of any packages you received today, sir. It's possible the kidnapper may try to make contact. It's possible the kidnapper may try to make contact to you. Okay, there's a word missing there. Make contact to you by mail. Osawa opened the envelope. Inside, he found the expected application, along with several postcards featuring pictures of the singer. Kajiwara peered pointedly at the postcard images. Oh, I think it's the first time we've actually seen her, maybe? You must really like her, the detective said. And just what sort of music do you listen to then? Oh, wait. And just what sort of music do you listen to then? Osawa asked, staring at one of the postcards. It was a striking photo that showed off Kamiki's expressive eyes. Let me think. Mostly classical, I suppose. Osawa raised a quizzical eyebrow. You know, Kajiwara continued, like Mozart and Chopin and the like. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart from 1756 to 1791, Austrian-born music prodigy and classical composer. Famous works include The Marriage of Figaro, The Magic Flute, Symphony No. 41, also known as the Jupiter Symphony. And Chopin? Frédéric Francois Chopin. Oh, I never actually knew his full name. 1810 to 1849. Ah, he was more recent, but still a classic regardless. He was just born with an awesome name, so did Chopin apparently. Composer and pianist of the early Romantic era, famed as a national musician of Poland. But why does he have a French name? Left behind numerous solo piano works, famous works include his Nocturne Op. 9? What does Op. 9 mean? Number 2, and his Piano Sonata Number 2. He's not very good at naming his stuff, is he? From what I can tell. He hummed a few bars. Can't say I ever heard them. Are you serious? Kajiwara looked shocked. I'm familiar with the names, of course. I just never heard that much, had never had that much interest in music. Oh, that's such a shame. Would you care to listen to a piece now? I suppose I may as well, now that he brought it up. Osawa was curious to know what sort of music Kajiwara enjoyed. No, thank you. Right now, Osawa preferred silence to unfamiliar music. Well, we did get a little hint in the previous chapter. Maybe he should open up to certain people. So let's try opening Osawa up to Kajiwara, despite them not getting on the right foot earlier. Number 9 was apparently one of his piano pieces. Yeah, there's a lot of he like I said, he doesn't have very good naming sense. Like, what the heck is Op 9 supposed to mean? Doesn't say much of anything. I suppose I may as well. Now that he brought it up, Osawa was curious to know what sort of music Kajiwara enjoyed. The detective pulled a digital music player out of his pocket. Here you go. Osawa slipped the attached earbuds into his ears. Am I gonna get... Well, it's not like we're monetized or anything. He heard a flow of quiet strings that was soon joined by bold dramatic horns. As the piece continued, it grew more profound and complex, and Osawa could feel his spirit calming. Well, it's classical music. You can't exactly copyright that. He took a deep breath and expelled it through his nostrils. It felt as if the toxic gloom that had filled him was departing with the air. Before he knew it, nearly 10 minutes had passed. What do you think? It's quite nice. The theme of this piece is, Kajiwara paused for a moment in thought. Well, how about erudition can be boorish? Erudition, accumulated knowledge. The term often connotes an advanced and/or esoteric understanding. Displaying a moderate amount can impress others, but pompously flaunting it is bound to put them off. I don't think that's his case. He's more self-absorbed, but in any case. Thank you. If I hadn't met you, I'd never have discovered this piece. He spoke the words unthinkingly, with unaccustomed frankness. Was this the power of music then? I'm very happy to hear that, sir. Osawa gazed at one of the postcards as he let himself be drawn back into the music. Aya was scooping up handfuls of mystical blue sand. The grains dipped down from her fingertips. I feel like I could be in this photo here, Osawa muttered. Like I've lived my life letting so many things slip through my fingers. He's getting very introspective now. Kajiwara thought for a moment before responding. I think anyone who's worked hard to accomplish something, and focused for a long time on that one thing, is susceptible to those kinds of feelings. Accomplishing something means getting results. That's not where my problem is. Osawa removed the headphones and gave back the music player. You told me not to hide things from you, right? Kajira nodded silently. Then, allow me to speak frankly. Leaning back heavily in his chair, Osawa took another deep, slow breath. I'm anxious. So anxious that it's almost crushing me. Given the circumstances, sir, that's completely No, Osawa spoke up before Kajira could finish. It's not that. It's not that at all. He shook his head vigorously. If the worst should happen to my daughter, how am I going to feel, I wonder? I'm not a man with a wide range of emotions. My heart is always cold, somehow. And the truth is, I wanted to be that way. Which is why if I do lose my daughter and my heart might remain unmoved, I may not even be able to feel a father's sorrow. That's what I'm anxious about. Marriage is a sham, boss okayed illegal experiments, being blackmailed by your assistant getting revenge. Yeah, there's stuff happening. But I kind of understand where he's coming from also. I kind of have those feelings these days too. Sometimes I just want to bar my feelings away from the world. There used to be a time when I actually was so open with other people that, I would get happy with them, I would get sad with them, all that kind of stuff. And then they just kind of left one by one. No fault from anyone, myself or theirs. Life just moved on. And I didn't want to be separated feel like I was separated from people anymore. So I kind of closed myself for a while. So I kind of understand where he's coming from. Though his is a lot more rooted than that. But it's similar. He felt his emotions twist inside him in a way that was utterly confusing. For perhaps the first time in his life, he realized how fickle a thing the human heart could be. It's alright, sir. Kajira flashed him a carefree smile. What's alright? People who really have cold hearts don't worry about that sort of thing. The detective held out his music player again. Here, I'd like you to have this. Please give it another listen, if you like. I think it might help you calm your nerves. Kajiwara, who seems to have no social cues whatsoever, has apparently a lot of empathy. Which is... Are they mutually exclusive? I don't know. But he knows to show... He knows how to, care for people, it seems. Osawa took the offered device. He had dared to open up to Kajiwara just a little, and to his own surprise, he felt grateful for it. And how about one of these as well? A banana? Still no banana. Still no banana. The detective produced a banana from his pocket. I'm fine, thanks. He'll probably... By the end of the game, I think Osawa is finally gonna take that banana. I think he's just odd. But he's odd in a funky way. Are you sure? Do we take the banana? We're given the choice. Do we take the banana? Is this the time to take a banana? Fine. I guess we'll take the banana. Oh, alright. I guess I'll take it. Osawa spoke irritably. Then his expression softened a little. You can save the banana for later. You don't have to eat it right now. You know, you've been getting on my nerves all day. Really? And here I thought I'd been doing what I could to soothe your spirits, Mr. Osawa. It's actually been a real long time since I've yelled at anyone quite so much. As the words left his lips, Osawa found himself thinking back to one particular rainy day. Maria had been in 5th grade at the time. Osawa was standing in his daughter's room. In his hands, he held the letter she'd left behind. He happened to glance out the window and saw Maria walking along, soaked from head to toe. In an instant, Osawa was consumed with rage. Maria had left a note. It read, "Dad, you only pay attention to Hitomi. You're too busy with work to play with me, so I'm running away from home." Struck by an impulse he didn't quite understand, he ran from the room, heading for the front door. Maria had just gotten back inside. Osawa met her silently in the entryway. Wet strands of hair clung to the girl's forehead as she looked up at her father with a bitter glare. "You don't care what happens to me, do you?" Impulsively, he slapped her face. Maria's cheek turned red and tears welled up in her eyes. Osawa's anger transformed abruptly into guilt. He gazed down at the palm of his hand and saw a tiny spot of blood. What? Shocked? He was shocked by the recognition of what he'd just done. How did slapping draw blood? And then he was afraid. Afraid that his daughter could bring such raw emotion out of him and make him do something so thoughtless. It didn't sound that hard. How hard did you slap her? Is something wrong, Mr. Osawa? Kajiwara was leaning in, looking concerned. Osawa came back into the moment with a start and realized he had buried his face in his hands. "No," he muttered, looking up. "Just getting angry, yelling at people. I'm not good with that sort of thing. I don't like it." He picked up the music player and fidgeted with the earbuds as he spoke. "Well, getting angry and yelling at people. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think that's just human. It's human to do those kinds of things." I often said that he was cold and mechanical. Her sarcasm only underlined the fact he'd always lived with, that he didn't know how to conduct himself like a human being. "If you get angry, you should show it," Kajiwara said. "If you get sad, you should show it. It's human nature to let other people know how we're feeling after all. But what if doing that hurts the other person? That's when you apologize, sir." It occurred to Osawa that he'd never tried to tell anyone how he felt before. He'd never felt the need to. And yet, right now, he suddenly felt that if his daughters were to appear before him, he might blurt out everything he'd ever left unsaid. It was a terrifying thought. Oh, who is it now? That looks like I. "Darling?" I opened the door and stepped into the room. "The detectives are asking for you. It seems there's been a development." "We'll be right there." Osawa and Kajiwara hurried out of the room. Well, she still has a stink face, so that's not changing anytime soon. Before the news was shared with the Osawas, the members of the investigation team quietly briefed Detective Kajiwara. Osawa and I sat on the sofa on the far side of the room, watching. They could see Kajiwara go pale. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief several times. Bad news, Osawa thought. Yeah, it does seem endearing when she doesn't seem like she likes him. I don't know what the deal is, to be honest. Maybe it's a formality. Mr. Osawa, ma'am. Wow, his butt feels the middle right there. this, and it's zooming in ever so slightly. Kajiwara shoveled his way over to them at last. We've just gotten word from headquarters. He hesitated ominously. Osawa braced himself. Please, let's hear it. First, about your daughter Hitomi. Kajiwara's expression was grim. The body of a young man named Achi Endo was discovered near Shibuya. Oh, we gotta prevent Achi's death. The name meant nothing to Osawa. In a building not too far from the scene, the detective swallowed. Your daughter Hitomi was found dead. The world began to shake. Osawa staggered, reeling with sudden nauseating vertigo. No, it's not possible. After that, your daughter Maria. The words blurred together. He could no longer comprehend what he was hearing. Everything was wobbling, shuddering, distorting. Hitomi was dead? Hitomi? Bad end. At those words, Osawa's whole world went dark, as if someone had just yanked the curtain close. Alright, I think it's pretty clear what we need to do here. Prevent Hitomi from dying, as well as Maria. And Achi. Learning of Hitomi's death plunged Osawa into a pit of despair. This was the dark end of a chain of events that began with a simple, small decision. Someone else merely decided to abide by a little promise. Because of that, not only did Achi and Hitomi meet with disaster, but Osawa lost his mind as well. Keeping a promise is a noble thing, but for sure, but right now, saving Achi, Hitomi, and Osawa is more important. I'm assuming this is going to be an Achi's route. Before we get into that though, let's see what Minorukawa is up to. Let's see if he can dig up any sort of dirt from what Osawa mentioned earlier. How would they handle the bad end stuff? I don't think any of the bad ends would actually play out, which is a shame. Because the bad ends do add something to the story as far as what ifs and what, like, all the other things that could, like, I don't know. All I can say is the bad ends do add to the story, and I don't think you can do that in television form, which is a shame. Unless you have, like, how would you even do that? Realistically speaking, you can't. So there are only some things that can be done in visual novel form, and this is like one of them. Wait a second. I feel like there's something I'm forgetting. Gah! Minorukawa stopped and let out a cry of frustration. Daisuke Endo had asked him for a favor after their interview was done. He promised to tell the Wandering Angels that the dry ice machine they purchased was defective. He hasn't done that. Episode 5. At last, the climax of the play drew near. There was a whole string of troubles, but the cast soldiered on and it looked like things were going to end all right. Then, backstage, Bando noticed that the dry ice machine was acting strangely. Even after it had been turned off, the machine continued to churn out more dry ice. The producer, Suzukawa, Sukozawa demanded that the defective device be returned immediately, and so Tozuka, Bando, and Amo loaded into their vehicle and left the theater. Okay, too late on that. There's no room to tell them it was broken. 80s cartoon that had bad endings, the character went back to avoid, but there was so much simpler and briefer. Yeah, I don't think it'd be a lot harder to do here, because apparently there's a ton of bad endings in this game. Yeah, totally forgot about that, didn't you? I don't blame you, there was a lot of stuff that happened. Well, damn. That completely slipped his mind. If we recall correctly, the issue was that once that machine started making dry ice, it wouldn't stop. If he ran back to the theater now, he'd lose about 10 minutes. Minorukawa checked his wristwatch. The lone people would be coming by the editing office before too long. He needed to prove to them that next month's issue of 4-Star General Gossip was well underway, or else they refused to wait any longer for repayment. And to do that, he needed to fill a minimum of 6 of the 12 remaining blank pages. He couldn't afford to waste even a single second. This was an awkward position to be in. He needed to keep his promise to Endo, but he also needed to spend his time wisely. I guess I don't have a choice. There was nothing he could do about having forgotten. Oh, wait, I wonder, is this the promise that they just hinted at in the other route? What? Hurry to the cafe, agree to take on the responsibility, head back to the theater. Nah, ignore it. You can't do it. If you didn't read those notes, it was already being loaded onto the truck. It's way gone at this point. Just head on over. There was nothing he could do about having forgotten. He hurried on to the cafe. Sorry, Endo. Sorry, Owarai. You're just gonna have to let this one slide. I've got Toyama's life on the line here. And as well as maybe Achi's and Osawa's. Hey, Salty, welcome. Someone please fill Salty in because there's too much stuff already that went through. But we're in a different chapter now. Or a different chapter. He opened the door to the cafe with practice of a regular. Holy crap, this cafe is bustling. I don't think there's a seat for him anymore. This place is full. Welcome. The waitress only got that far before her face fell. You again? Hey, hurry up and get me a seat. She grinned wickedly. I'm terribly sorry, sir, but we're all full at the moment. Missed almost all of it. Okay. He looked around. All of the seats were indeed filled. How about the soon-to-be father-in-law? As you can see, sir. Really now? The waitress's grin widened with triumph. Yes, sir. Fine, I'll just write here. Let me get some power. Jamming his power cable into a nearby outlet, Mirakawa plunked himself right down on the floor and booted up his laptop. The waitress watched in dismay, then turned to stare vacantly up at the ceiling. Just do whatever you want. She muttered vaguely. She's like, she can't win. You know, a person can only get away with being obnoxious for so long. Sooner or later, someone's likely to call the police. Minakawa looked up from his work, startled to see the Burning Hammer salesman standing over him. What are you doing here? You're Mr. Yanagashita. Thank you so much for stopping by earlier. Are you going to write your article here? Yanagashita eyed Minakawa's computer. Oh, that's the latest model, isn't it? Look, I got no time to talk to you right now. Minakawa opened the file with his half-written copy. Oh, what's this? Chaos, a bogus weight loss drink sales demo. Yanagashita read the copy aloud. The organizer Junichi Yanagashita didn't merely have a whiff of deceit about him. His breath also stunk. Sound good? Minakawa, wait, what do you mean sound good? What do you mean sound good? You think he'd not want that written? I wanted to make sure I gave an accurate impression. Oh, I love what you've done with it. This is a great copy, fantastic. Yanagashita turned to look at him with a manic grin. Yeah, isn't it? In a flash, Yanagashita's face went from grinning to livid. Like hell it is! You think I'm just gonna let you write something like that? Snatching out the computer, Yanagashita bolted out of the cafe. Like a cartoon character. Hey, get back here! Minakawa leapt to his feet and rushed off in pursuit. What the... Chase scene? As he sprinted madly along, Yanagashita turned down a narrow alley. Minakawa stayed close behind, desperate to not lose sight of him. His car began to weave its way through the back alleys of Shibuya. This guy clearly knew his way around town. But by Miyashita Park, they zipped up onto the pedestrian bridge. Just where the heck was this idiot going? Halfway across the overpass, Yanagashita suddenly stopped. Why does this look like the handoff from earlier in the game? Confused, Minakawa stopped as well. Give that back, he called. What? He's acting like that other guy. The next moment, Yanagashita flashed a mocking grin and dangled the laptop over the railing. The same bridge. Uh-oh. Minakawa lunged towards him, but it was already too late. The laptop left Yanagashita's hand and went spinning down through the air. Then, as the two men struggled, Yanagashita himself toppled over the railing. Without hesitating, Minakawa jumped down as well. Oh no! Whoa! Laptop saved. Somehow, Minakawa landed hard. As he struggled to regain his breath, he looked around and saw Yanagashita beside him. The laptop was in the charlatan's grasp, incredibly. I don't know how they survived that. Apparently, he'd somehow managed to catch it in midair. Before Minakawa could be too relieved, however, Yanagashita got to his feet and took off running again, as if nothing happened. Get back here, you little weasel! I don't think so! This Yanagashita guy was infuriating. Well, he did have some scratches at least. I don't know if that means anything though. That, and he was really fast. Minakawa considered himself a decent runner, but he couldn't manage to gain it on Yanagashita. If running away was a competitive sport, the guy would be a world-class superstar. As he ran along, a peculiar thought occurred to him. Hold on a minute. If he hates my copy that much, shouldn't he want my computer to break? Why'd he go out of his way to catch it like that? It made no sense at all. Hey! Minakawa shouted between gasping breaths. What are you planning to do with my laptop? Yanagashita glanced back at him. Gonna sell it! Sorry about this! Ah, that kinda makes sense now. I don't think you're gonna get much money out of it though. What? Minakawa was taken aback. Considered compensation for defamation of character. In a civil sense, the act of unlawfully damaging another person's character or reputation in the public eye. In the criminal sense, the act of disseminating damaging facts about an individual to an unspecified large number of people. Is that actually a crime in... Well, I guess that's a crime in some places, but is that a crime in the US, I wonder? Come on, get real! It can't be defamation if the article hasn't run yet. Then consider an advance on compensation. This was so nonsensical it made Minakawa's head hurt. But now at least he knew why Yanagashita dived after the computer. Under circumstances? I see. The thief continued to weave his way through the side streets. His speed didn't diminish in the slightest. He is super fast. Damn it, this guy has too much experience running away. He really does. Minakawa's stamina began to fade, and finally he lost sight of his quarry. But that didn't mean he was ready to give up the search. There were articles in that computer that were right on the verge of completion. Whatever it took, he had to get it back. Yanagashita had said he was going to sell it. Where could he be headed then? Maybe the pawn shop. Probably he was headed to the sales demo venue. Nope, he was headed to the knick-knack shop. Yeah, the knick-knack shop. He was probably headed to the knick-knack shop. Minakawa recalled seeing one near the Burning Hammer demo site. He also recalled seeing a poster outside this place that read, "We buy computers at top prices." Somehow, ever briefly, fat stacks of cash. Damn, the guy had led him on a wild goose chase. That shop was surely where he was going to sell the laptop. Gulping a deep breath, he headed in that direction. I'm surprised we haven't gotten a bad end from this, but apparently this is the way. There you are, Nagashita! Minakawa burst into the shop on Sender Guy, an accusing finger pointing squarely at the thief. Listen, there's no way I'm buying a computer that doesn't have a power cable. Details! All you sell here is junk anyway. Yanagashita and the shopkeeper had gotten into an argument. Minakawa recognized the shopkeeper. It was the guy he'd run into on the roadside earlier. "That computer belongs to me," Minakawa shouted as he marched up to them. "Give it back." Yanagashita clutched the laptop to his chest. "Nah, I need the money!" "Knock it off, you're acting like a child." Minakawa tried to slap him out of his tantrum, but Yanagashita ducked to avoid the blow. And then, bizarrely, Yanagashita froze. A fierce gleam came to his eye, and it's red. Was it always like that? That... He broke into an incomprehensible stammer. "That's it!" Yanagashita snatched up a flyer that his gaze had fixed on. "Iron stomach, huh? This right here's my little bluebird of happiness," he cried. "You know what? You can have this!" Yanagashita shoved the laptop into Minakawa's arms. "And welcome to it, you idiot! I don't need no worthless computer." "You're the idiot, Buster!" Minakawa smacked Yanagashita right across the face. Ouch! Hitting him felt good. He decided to do it again. Minakawa shoved Yanagashita towards the shopkeeper. "Hand this guy over to the police." No, not the police," Yanagashita pleaded. "Can it, you thief? You tried to rip me off, and you have no idea how much is riding on my work. You deserve 10,000 deaths. Honestly, you think the dying once would be sufficient?" 10,000? Isn't that taking things just a little too far? "I'm sorry already, I give up." Finally, the guy was ready to surrender. Minakawa let his guard down for just a moment. "Like hell I am." Switching gears in an instant, Yanagashita took off running at full speed. This again. "Get back here, you bastard!" Minakawa was already in pursuit. Do you really have time for this, though? Do you have time for this? Didn't he get his laptop back? He stuck with Yanagashita as far as Koendori before losing track of him. The guy sure knew how to make a getaway. Breathing hard, Minakawa stopped and took a look around the area. As he did, he heard a cell phone ringtone from somewhere nearby. It was a new single from the pop singer Aya Kamiki. Could it be Yanagashita's phone? Huh. Could be somehow. He struck Minakawa as the type of guy who would have a ringtone like that. It seemed worth looking into, anyhow. He had nothing else to go on. Minakawa shifted his gaze around, trying to locate the source of the sound. Oh, explosion? What? Bad end, for sure. Suddenly, a massive fiery blast knocked him from his feet. By the time he realized it was an explosion, his senses were already shattered. What just happened? He couldn't see. He couldn't hear. He couldn't move his body. Where am I? For a while, all he could feel was an intense pain. But soon even that faded away. And then, there was only darkness. Bad end. Well, that took a turn. Unexpected explosion. Okay. Chasing Yanagashita led Minakawa to the wrong place at exactly the wrong time. This wouldn't have happened if Yanagashita hadn't run when he did. If the MMA fighter Miku Morita comes into the knickknack shop, she'll interrupt their argument and things might turn out differently. Ah, okay, so that was still the right call, but we're missing someone. Okay then, let's see who we need to talk to. Let's see who we need to talk to. We're getting overlapping stories now. All right. I guess let's see what Kano is up to. I don't exactly remember what he was doing. All he did last time was go to Tanaka's condo, reported to Osawa, and that was basically it. Well, he also was tracking Alcarawan through the CCTVs, so maybe that's what he's up to right now. So we'll check that out really quick, and then we'll go to the other two. Wait, Those lights are moving. Why? Kano practically died from the car when it arrived on the scene in Maruyamacho. The place was teeming with officers and onlookers alike. Out of the way! Please, move aside! Kano forced his way through the throng. Sasayama was lying in a massive pool of blood. Oh right, Sasayama got stabbed trying to catch the Alcarawan guy. This is a canon event. Sasayama! Kano rushed to his partner's side. The knife was still embedded deep in Sasayama's belly. Its handle shuddered each time he drew a labored breath. Guess I messed up. Sasayama could only manage a raspy murmur. Please don't try to talk, Kano urged. Looks like I won't be celebrating the missus's birthday. Sasayama drew a small package from his pocket. It had been neatly wrapped and fitted with a pretty little ribbon. Here, give this to Mi-chan for me. Kano shook his head. No way. You can give it to her yourself. You've never met Mi-chan, huh? She's real pretty. Probably surprised how pretty she... I know. You told me all about her. Kano, please. Give this to my wife for me. Mustering up the last of his strength, Sasayama pressed the gift into Kano's hand. It was almost retiring. Sasayama? Or he just got recently married. I think that's the worst part. He just got recently married. And now he's dead. Sasayama's hand dropped back down into the puddle of blood. A paramedic team finally arrived at the scene. Is he still alive? He's just napping, right? As Sasayama was loaded into the ambulance, Kano felt a surge of rage roiling inside him. Clenching his fist so hard his nails dug into his palm, he marched over to the captive Alcarawan. You son of a bitch! He wound up for a punch to Alcarawan's face, only to have his arm caught forcibly by the elbow. Spinning his head around, he found Stanley standing there. Let go of me, Stanley. But the American had a grip of steel, and Kano's arm wouldn't budge. They allow you to assault suspects here in Japan, do they? Kano bit his lip and then lowered his shaking fist. No, of course not, he growled. Alcarawan let out a nasal chuckle as he watched the pair. With a cold glare, Stanley strolled over to him. Whisper, whisper, whisper. He leaned in close to whisper something, and all at once, the blood drained from Alcarawan's face. Oh, he knows something. Visibly shaken, Alcarawan said something back to Stanley. Stanley gave a slight nod, then left the captive with a police escort. Kano went over to him. Hey, what was that about? Apparently, Alcarawan gave Hitomi some instructions. Told her to get into a blue minivan that was parked along Dogenzaka. So Stanley's hunch had been correct. But why had Alcarawan confessed so quickly? How'd you get him to talk? You don't need to know that. Turning on his heel, Stanley went to report the news about the blue van to the task force. Kuze immediately directed the detectives nearest Dogenzaka to look into it, but they found no blue minivan in the area. The order then came down for all personnel to search for the vehicle. Kano thought back to another item in the Dick diary. Dick Dictum number 14. Use the dead as a stepping stone, but be sure to die a stepping stone yourself. What is this supposed to insinuate? Sasayama just died and he's going to be used as a stepping stone? For what? In the abstract, Kano could appreciate the nobility of self-sacrifice, but when he thought of Sasayama's blood-stained figure, it wasn't so easy to keep his emotions in check. First time you've ever seen a fellow officer get hurt? Stanley come back over to him. We don't have time to relax. If you can't keep your anger in, then do something about it. Here and now. Stanley pointed to his own jaw. Hit me. American style. Really? What do you mean hit me American style? I don't think that's how it works. Kano smiled wryly at the unexpected proposal. No thanks, I'll be fine. Hitting this man wasn't going to make Kano feel any better. I'm the one who deserves to get hit. Thinking about Sasayama, Kano couldn't help but feel guilty. Guilty about what? Without a word, Kano threw a punch. It's tempting. It's actually tempting. But how is... Let's throw that punch. I don't know if this is going to do anything, but let's throw that punch. Without a word, Kano threw a punch. Stanley soaked up the rage-fueled blow, his face a mask of calm. Kano felt all the more miserable in the face of such unflinching resolve. If I weren't such a bumbling clod, Sasayama would never have... Hey, don't blame yourself, Stanley said. You guys have been doing better than I expected. More sarcasm, huh? Stanley's mouth curled up sheepishly and he held his hands wide. Kuza's voice suddenly cut in over the wireless.
We've located a blue minivan. It's in Jinan Ichichome on Koendori.
He told me it might be there. And maybe the kidnapper's ringleader would turn up too. On pure reflex, Kano broke into a run. Stanley followed close behind him. They sped through the back streets, making their way through Koendori. Kano was a pretty fast runner, but Stanley kept up with him without apparent difficulty. Were you in the army or something? No, the Marines. Oh wow, actual Marine! That explains some things. U.S. Marine Corps, a rapid deploying force specializing in amphibious landing operations, an independent branch of the armed forces along with the Navy, Army, and Air Force. The Marines' motto is Semper Fidelis, Latin for always faithful. It wasn't much further to Koendori. Kano, if we find that van, don't get too close, Stanley warned. It could be a trap. These people will do anything to carry out their goals. Anything, huh? Kano could sense the truth of Stanley's words. He reminded himself that his life could depend on remembering them. They were coming up on Koendori. He raised his eyes. Suddenly, a boom as loud as cannon fire shook the area. Something's wrong, Kano thought. That's no ordinary city noise. That was a bomb. The same bomb that took out Minorikawa. A column of black smoke rose up from between two nearby buildings. Passersby stopped and stared, gasping in alarm. Actual FMV, let's go! So about that TV series, I wonder how they filmed this particular scene. They can't just blow stuff up in Japan. Then Kano saw flames. This hadn't been an accident. Someone had set off an explosion. The Shibuya precinct wasn't too far from here. Kano recalled the attempted bioterrorism attack on Kasumigaseki. 2 years ago, the Tokyo Metropolitan Public Safety Commission obtained intel of an imminent bioterrorist attack within the city. Immediately afterwards, an unoccupied minivan exploded outside the Metropolitan Police Department, big words, and a device for dispersing a bacterial contagion was discovered at the subway platform at Kasumigaseki Station. Having determined that the city bureaucracy was the target, the Japanese government contacted the terrorist organization responsible in secret, making a deal to put an end to the threat. Small fire placed really close to the camera? Possibly. perspective trick. Maybe, but you have to still close off or to film it. True. And that's a lot of extras, by the way, if those are extras. That incident had begun with a van exploding outside of the Tekyo MPD station. Already, a large crowd of onlookers was gathering. Shouts rose up as they took in the scene. What's going on? What happened? The car's on fire! Kano called in to HQ, then quickly slipped around to the back of the burning vehicle. It was a minivan. Was it blue? Can you even tell it's blue? Peering at the flaming chassis, he could see that there was someone inside. Oh no. Could that be Hitomi? Once they had their hands on the antiviral, the criminals would have no further use of Hitomi Osawa. Already, the body had been charred to ash. At this point, it was hardly recognizable as human anymore. Oh wait, is this a canon event? Really? Oh, someone just died. Hopefully it's not anyone we know. Okay, well things went from 0 to 100 really fast in this route. I don't know who to check on to be honest. I think we should save Maria for last. Let's check on Achi and see what he's up to. I do appreciate what they would do for a scene. Holy crap. Kanan led them into a narrow back alley. The moment she stopped, Hitomi spoke up. Kanan, for anyone who doesn't know her, is a person that Maria knew from way back in the Middle East, apparently. And she's here to help Maria, but Maria is not in this area, so what is she doing with Hitomi? Members of the SOS don't come by here very much. Word has it that this place, around 10 years ago, one man beat the crap out of 7 street toughs in the blink of an eye, all by himself. Over time, people have offered various theories that he was an assassin, that he was some foreign soldier, even that he might have been a ghost. And to this day, the urban legend lives on, in the back alley. Why was my sister kidnapped? Before I answer that, there's something I need to tell you, Kanan said. Her tone was cold and sharp. I've come to Japan because I'm on a mission. I'm not at liberty to discuss all the details. Maybe a dumb kind environmentalist. Maybe. Alright, Hitomi gave a slight nod. To answer your question, Maria was kidnapped by mistake. What? Hitomi gasped. But why? Because this kidnapper isn't after Maria. They're after you. Who's after me? The mastermind behind this whole thing, Kanan said. Her tone was matter of fact. Whoa, hold on! Achi interrupted. What do they want Hitomi for? That I cannot say. Well, then who is this person? I can't tell you that either. Oh, you're being very helpful now, Kanan. You see, their sex, nationality, age, appearance, just about everything about them is shrouded in mystery. Ah, wait, it's not Tanaka? So there's honestly not much I can tell you. Achi and Hitomi stood dumbfounded. What gives? Achi said. So you're saying all you know is that this person has some lame name like Mastermind? Hitomi turned to whisper in his ear. Mastermind isn't actually their name. Originally used solely to refer to someone of remarkable intellect, the term first took on its criminal connotations in the 19th century, probably after all those Sir Conan Doyle novels called Sherlock Holmes. I'm here, Kanan spat, because I'm looking for revenge. Revenge? Hitomi asked. What for? This person also killed my friend. Ah. Kanan's inscrutable eyes flashed with a threatening gleam. Earlier, you said that it was your fault my sister got kidnapped, Hitomi said. Kanan cast her eyes down. 4 days ago, I managed to learn this criminal's plan. So I got in touch with Maria and told her that you were going to be attacked at that party. And that's why Maria said he told me not to go to the party. Oh, wait, was Maria trying to get kidnapped instead or trying to take care of it somehow? I don't know how much that backfired, but it feels like it backfired a lot. So that's why she told me not to go. Hitomi's voice trembled as she spoke. I gave Maria a small GPS tracker to give to you, but I guess you never got it. Global Positioning System, network of man-made satellites and ground-based control stations for providing geolocation data. Alternatively, a device that makes use of said system. Modern cell phones and vehicle navigation systems use the GPS. Hitomi shook her head. I see. She must still have it then. Then we can find her. Wait, so then my sister... The color drained from Hitomi's face as she understood. Yes, Kanan replied. Maria acted as your decoy and let herself get kidnapped in your stead. Hitomi swayed at her feet, shocked to the verge of fainting. Achi hurriedly reached out and caught her in his arms. But wait, he said to Kanan as he held Hitomi up. I don't get that either. Why didn't neither of them go? Then nobody would have been kidnapped, right? I mean, why'd her sister need to go and act as a decoy? Kanan let out a tiny sigh. If she hadn't gone to the party, the kidnappers would have just found some other opportunity to come after them. Ah, okay. Achi nodded. That sort of makes sense. I'm betting that Maria's plan was to use the GPS to lead me to these guys' hideout. She wanted to keep her sister safe and also figured she could help me with my mission. It's the sort of scheme she'd think of. So then, can't you use the GPS to locate Hitomi's sister? Achi asked. Kanan shook her head. The GPS hasn't been powered on since she was kidnapped. Wait, what? It's possible the kidnappers took it from her. Wait, what? So after all that, even you can't find Maria? Achi slumped his shoulders in disappointment. I didn't say that. What do you mean? I got some intel from those syndicate members we met earlier. Apparently sometime this morning they put Maria into a blue minivan. And since then, they've been moving her all around Shibuya. Achi and Hitomi exchanged glances at the mention of the blue minivan. Except that's not what had happened. She was in a fursuit. Unfortunately, Kanan continued, those operatives didn't know what the current situation was exactly. So we're back to the blue van then. Achi hurriedly explained what they'd been through so far. He mentioned how they'd first seen the blue van where the kidnappers had told Hitomi to find it. He also described how first the man with the cane and then a host of others had come after them. He got a little sidetracked here and there, but Kanan quietly listened to the end. I see, she muttered. So then what do you think? Achi asked. Seems like we messed up their scheme a little, huh? Whatever the case, this man with the cane concerns me, Kanan said. I doubt he's working with the others. I don't know what that means. Maybe that's it. Some guy who isn't involved butts in and it throws off the whole plan. Kanan nodded in agreement. Because you and that man with the cane showed up, she said. They couldn't leave the minivan where it was. They took a sensible precaution. But then, if you think about it, isn't this an opportunity for us to turn the tables on Mr. Mastermind? Kanan flashed him a faint speculative smile. I wonder about that. Ah, come on, Achi grumbled. You're such a buzzkill. Any well-made plan has a good solid outline, which means that even after this has come to fruition, it's easy to trace things back to the planner. Is that how it works? By contrast, if you achieve your goals using accidental means, the outline becomes blurred. It makes it harder for anyone outside looking in to grasp what the actual plan is. Achi swallowed hard as he took in the gravity of the situation. Well, but I mean, like, if there's an accident, people are gonna for sure panic, plan or not. The corners of Kanan's lips curled. Typically, I suppose, she said. But the people who are after Hitomi, not only have they put together the perfect plan, they purposely left uncertain tiny holes in it. And so we can't even figure out who they are. The outline of the plan is always too blurry. Achi had no response to that. It was like he was hearing about some completely different world beyond the one he knew. If what Kanan had said was true, he'd been dealing with opponents that were on a level way above his own. In any event, since the people are after you, it'd be best if you didn't wander around town anymore, Kanan told him. By now, Hitomi had recovered. She stood up straight and shook her head. No, I'm going to find that blue minivan. My sister's in danger because of me. I can't abandon her just to save myself. Yeah, that's right. Achi patted Hitomi on the back. If that's what you're gonna do, then I don't care who we're up against. I'm with you in this until the end. Heck, if it's too late for me to back out now, that ship has already failed. Hitomi giggled despite herself. It's already sailed, Achi. Yeah, that one. Kanan let out another little sigh. Alright, just make sure you are extra careful, she said. You can't count on getting bailed out of trouble like you have before. I understand, Hitomi said. Her eyes showed no trace of doubt or fear. Kanan gave her a slight nod, then quickly disappeared down the alleyway. Right then, Achi said. When I get back to looking for that minivan? Probably shouldn't, it's gonna explode soon. Then he stopped, remembering their previous efforts. They just heedlessly wandered around town. If they just heedlessly wandered around town, they'd probably end up in the same trouble they'd encountered before. They'd get chased by the man with the cane, or by the kidnappers, and their search would be interrupted yet again. What should they do, then? There had to be a better way. Achi happened to glance upward and caught sight of a surveillance camera installed on one of the streetlights. That's it! God, I can't believe I didn't think of it before. You know what? I didn't think of it either, so... That's actually a smart move, especially for him. Hitomi peered at him, startled by his sudden shouting. We just need to use my old man's surveillance cameras and this'll be a breeze! Ashi took Hitomi by the hand and started running. His destination, the security camera monitoring room in Dogenzaka. Achi didn't slow his pace until they were nearing their destination. He turned to look back to Hitomi. It's only a little bit further now. Did you want to walk? I'll be alright. Achi, look out! Achi, looking ahead, Achi saw that they were bearing down on a young grade school girl. Her head hung in dismay. Oh, that's gotta be Hana. Achi hurriedly caught the girl up in his arms or took a quick leap to the side. No, it doesn't have to be going through the footage. It has to, you can do a live search. So that's what they're probably gonna do. They can see in real time what's happening on camera. Well, quickly leaping to the side might not be the call here. How about we take the girl? Girl get. Achi hurriedly caught the girl up in his arms. The massive maneuver kept her out of harm's way, but the momentum swung her high into the air. She dropped a sheaf of papers. What is a sheaf? She was carrying. As luck would have it, the papers fell amidst the trash scattered alongside the road. Whoops, sorry. Achi stopped to gather the sheets of paper, noting that each was adorned with some sort of writing. Here. Looks like they got kind of messed up though. The pages had landed in some kind of spilled liquid. Most of them had gotten stained. It's alright, the girl said gloomily. grouping. Ah, okay. I don't think I've ever heard of that before, though. You should just throw them away. It's not like I can sell them now anyway. You're going to sell them? You're going to sell them? Hitomi asked. We're sorry. Do you think you'll be able to redo them? Achi, is there a stationery store nearby? Around here? Yeah, up at the top of Dogenzaka, Achi said. Here. He took a 5,000 yen note from his wallet and offered it to the girl. To buy new paper. To buy new paper. I know I can't replace the stuff you wrote, but... The girl eyed the money doubtfully. But... It's fine. Go ahead. Take it. Thank you very much. The little girl spoke with surprising formality. Then she turned and headed up Dogenzaka. Achi gathered up the trash and tossed it into the garbage bin before he and Hitomi could continue on their way. Before they continued on their way. Could have at least taken a look at what that thing was. Achi led Hitomi to an old multi-tenant building. They hurried inside and headed up the stairs. Behind the reception window on the second floor sat the custodian sleeping on the job who looks very similar to the guy running the knick-knack shop. But it's not. Yukinori Kitajima, his main job is overseeing the monitoring room for the local surveillance cameras. But on the side, he also works as a novelist and game scenario writer. He often sleeps on the job during his free time, but sometimes while he's asleep, he gets his writing done. Just recently, a certain game was released, set in Shibuya. But since he wrote the scenario and emailed it to the game company while he was asleep, he didn't know about it until just the other day. You mean this game? He was writing this game? Okay. Is this actually the writer, I wonder? Hey, wake up, man! Achi gave the window a tap, and the man woke up with a start. Huh? Achichi? Don't scare me like that. That's one chi too many. And wow, you sure seem to have a lot of free time on your hands. Yeah, no one's been by to check today. But that's not so bad, right? I mean, I guess it is the surveillance room, but still. The man let out a big yawn. My dad asked me to come down here and check on the security monitors actually, Achi said. Sorry to bother you when you're busy. Sorry to bother you when you're busy, Hitomi added with a polite bow. Huh? Who are you? You're with Achichi? I'm Hitomi Osawa. Nice to meet you. Oh, what? You Achichi's girlfriend? Again, too many cheese there. And that's none of your business. Just let me have the key. Hoping his blush wasn't too obvious, Achi mimed unlocking a door. You won't answer a simple question? You want me to hand over the key? Yes, I'm his girlfriend, Hitomi said. We just started dating. He told me quick on the uptake. So I'm sure I'll be seeing more of you, sir. She flashed a winning smile. Oh, well, what a surprise. Never thought Achichi could land a fine lady like yourself. Oh, he is a different person. Never mind. The surprised custodian held out the key. Good for you, Achichi. Still, one chi too many there. But yeah, dating. Achi gazed into Hitomi's eyes. Into Hitomi's eyes. Even more surprised than the custodian. The key dangled, swaying to and fro like a pendulum between Achi and the man behind the counter. Achi, Hitomi said, nudging him in the side of her, with her elbow. Come on. Oh, right. Snapping out of it, Achi took the key and headed up to the next floor. Holy crap, he's actually smiling so much now. I'm sorry, Hitomi said as they entered the monitoring room. For just saying we were dating like that, I mean. It was a pretty clumsy lie. No, it was just kind of sudden is all. I was just a bit jittery, I guess. Achi felt his cheeks color again. I mean, I figured I had to say something or he wasn't going to cooperate, Hitomi said. She looked a little embarrassed herself. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make things weird. No, Achi said. Nah, it wasn't weird at all. Actually, it was kind of He stopped himself there. Now wasn't the time for that sort of conversation. They needed to find that blue minivan. Really? Just this one computer? I thought we had more. I thought we had multiple monitors or something. The surveillance camera monitoring room was really just a big office with a single computer. Achi knew it well. So this is the monitoring system, he explained. He switched on the computer. You can see all of downtown Shibuya from this one computer. Hitomi gazed impatiently at the monitor, even though it wasn't showing anything yet. The look of sheer determination on her face held Achi enthralled. You can talk about how attractive your sister is, Achi murmured. But as far as I'm concerned, right now, you're the lovely one, Hitomi. Really? Earlier wasn't the time, but now is? Hitomi looked at him uncertain. I mean, look at the lengths you're going to and the risks you're taking to save your sister, he said. I can't bear the thought that something might happen to her. And the last time we were together, I said such horrible things. Well, I can't bear the thought that something might happen to her. And the last time we were together, I said such horrible things. Plenty of people do bad things without even realizing they're bad. Never mind trying to fix it. I'm just doing what I think is right. Yeah, but these days, most people don't do the right thing. Heck, if they did, Shibuya wouldn't be covered in trash like this. Me? I appreciate it when someone really cares about the things that are important. Doing the right thing as a matter of course, that's very attractive. Achi blushed as he said it, and Hitomi shyly looked away. I think the system's ready. Oh, that was her. Turning to the computer, Achi hastily changed the subject. This thing's so simple, even I know how to use it. Clicking on the mouse, he brought up a row of 4 windows on the monitor. Just 4 windows? I thought there were more cameras than this. Each window showed a different view of the Shibuya cityscape. The image quality is not great, but that's because it's being updated on a 2-second delay, I guess. Achi tapped on the keyboard, bringing up shots of different locations. He clicked on one of them in order to enlarge the image. Maybe we really can find that minivan with this. Hitomi was practically glued to the screen. My dad's the one who designed the security system. Your dad must be pretty amazing. Well, he graduated at the top of his class at Tokyo Denko University. Really? Prestigious national university founded over a century ago. Applicants who place highly on the entrance exam can receive a full scholarship. Achi's father was one such attendee. The school has supported extensive research into artificial intelligence and recently announced an AI known as Body. While the computer is asleep, different personalities emerge, which have an impact on various normal thought processes, forming a network of more human-like thought patterns as a result. Wait, what? Achi's dad is that smart? How come you're like this then? He always said he could have a career in computer engineering, but he took over the electronics shop so that he could marry my mother instead. That's such a sweet story. Do they run the store together then? Achi shook his head. No, my mother died when I was 4. Oh, I'm sorry. Hitomi sounded even sadder than Achi. Well, anyway, never mind that. Here, look. Oh, gotta love not that one. Gotta love these two. They're on a chase right now. The seedy-looking weirdo they'd run into at Gigo was on the screen. Huh? That guy again? Said weirdo was running all out, a laptop computer under one arm. He was being chased by a man in a long coat. That guy sure gets around. The guy sure gets chased around a lot, huh? Achi said. When the weirdo slipped out of view, Achi switched to another camera. Wow. The new view showed the weirdo running again. By hopping from camera to camera, they could track him wherever he went. As long as we have these cameras, Achi said, this guy has nowhere to run. Nowhere to run, huh? The moment he said those words, they stuck they struck an odd chord in his mind. He remembered their repeated run-ins with a man with a case. The cane. How the assassin had seemed always to know where to find them. Wait, hold up. Is his dad helping the assassin? What? Achi, please, Itomi urged. Stop messing around, let's look for the minivan. Sorry, there's something I'm curious about. Achi continued to track the seedy-looking man. Alright, my bad. There's something I'm curious about. Achi continued to track the seedy-looking man. The weirdo rushed into a knick-knack shop on Center Guy. Soon after, the man with a coat appeared and followed him into the shop. Aha! Looks like he snatched that guy's computer. Still, they remained glued to the monitor. Oh, that's me. Oh, that's me. He told me he took out her cell phone. It's an email from Mr. Tanaka. Okay. Yeah, it was about time for my mood to take a dip, Achi thought. What? Hitomi blurted. She looked up from the phone. From her phone. Achi, Mr. Tanaka found the minivan. He what? What does he say? Read it to me. Okay. I ran after it, but he wound up losing sight of it. It was heading towards Jinan. That's what he says. What about your sister? Oh, we can jump to Tama later. Was she inside? He doesn't say. Ashi switched over to an array of surveillance cameras near Jinan. The few seconds the transition took felt agonizingly slow. Finally, 4 new images popped up. Achi quickly enlarged one of them. Ah! Hitomi let out a tiny gasp. There it is, blue minivan. It's gonna explode soon. There on the monitor was a blue minivan. There was no doubt about it. Achi and Hitomi rushed from the building, speeding towards Jinan on an all-out run. Run, Achi! Run, Hitomi! The other guy, look out for Miku! Who's looking for Miku? Wait, other guy who's looking for Miku? Who's looking for Miku? Oh, we can't do that one yet. We gotta look for Miku. Neither spoke. They simply dashed along in silence. Achi felt as if they'd been running a marathon and the finish line had finally come into view. They hooked a left at the station and darted past the Seibu department store. Aha! Achi pointed as he came to a stop. They're gonna both die here. The blue minivan was still there, parked by the curb along the slight hilly incline. Leaving Achi behind, Hitomi started rushing up the hill. Alarm bells started going off in Achi's mind. Someone from the kidnapping crew was in the van. It was dangerous to approach carelessly. Stay back! Don't get too close! Hitomi, wait! Don't get too close! Achi shouted. But she didn't appear to hear his cries. The hope of rescuing her sister had driven all else from her mind. Achi started to run after her. Hitomi had reached the vehicle already. She brought her face close to one of its windows, but the tinted glass obscured the view inside. Hitomi circled around the minivan's other side. Achi saw her grasping at the door. She slipped out of his view for just a moment. Wow, things are really heating up if you have FMV after FMV. And I guess opening that door triggered the explosion. There was a thunderous explosion, and a gout of flame tore the roof of the minivan like it was made of aluminum foil. Hitomi! Horrified, Achi charged through the roiling smoke, searching for Hitomi. He saw 2 figures sprawled under the street, several meters from the van. Hitomi and Kanan. Hitomi, wake up! And she's barely scratched. Achi cradled her in his arms, and her eyes drifted open faintly. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Hitomi didn't appear to understand him. Her only response was a blank, dazed look. There was a small patch of red on her face. Achi wiped it gently away with a finger. He saw no further signs of bleeding. Oh, they actually pricked her. They got her quickly, pricked her, and then set off the bomb? That was quick. She must have been splattered by someone else's blood then. As far as he could tell, she hadn't been gravely injured. Achi let out a sigh of relief. He told me, is she alright? Kanan stirred on the ground. Her clothes were scorched in places, and she was bleeding from her head. Kanan, did you save her? Is she alright? Yeah, what about her sister? Kanan didn't respond. No, it can't be. Achi went to look inside the van. Amidst the smoke and flames, he could make out the outline of a body. What happened here? Achi had to look away. Get Hitomi out of here. Hurry. If those guys show back up... Kanan's face twisted up with pain. Alright. Achi settled Hitomi carefully in his arms. Wait, I need to tell you something. Kanan's pain gasp called him back. Alfard. Alfard? Alfard? Alphard? Huh? Alfard. That's the name of the mastermind. I'm sure it'll come up again if you keep pursuing this. But if you value your life, don't get involved with Alfard any further. Now go. Okay, and thanks. With Hitomi in his arms, Achi hurried from the scene. He wasn't sure where he was heading. He just wanted to get away, whatever that meant. He carried her past the crowd of onlookers that had swiftly begun to assemble. The flames of the burning van rose ever higher, roaring up towards the heaven. Wait, to be continued already? Wait, we have another chapter after this? It's gotta wrap up soon, right? Okay, there's a lot of stuff that happened. But I guess let's check on Maria and see what's up. There were a few jumps that happened, but I think we need to check on her first before we start jumping around. Okay, Maria, what's going on? The cane guy found you. Maybe this is where we find Miku. Wait, hold on. Is my name Hitomi Osawa? At my shout, the man with the cane hesitates, his finger on the trigger. What do you mean by that? The barrel of the gun is still aimed squarely at my head. I mean exactly what I said. Is my name Hitomi Osawa? I don't know who I am. You're trying to play games with me. I'm not playing with anyone, I swear. I'm utterly desperate now. Getting killed is one thing, but who wants to die even without knowing who they are? Tell me, am I Hitomi Osawa or not? The man gives me a good, hard look. Always feels surreal to see a gun in Japan. Yeah, but if you think about that though, there's also a lot of people with like replica guns because they either they're like a gun otaku or military otaku, and they do a bunch of like survival game stuff kind of thing. So, but an actual real gun? Yes, you're right. I actually don't think I've seen a real one myself either, even with police officers, which I haven't actually run into. Damn it, I wonder. He continues to study me along the barrel of the gun. Tell me what you know. It's an order, not a request. What I know about what? Look, I have amnesia. I quickly summarize what's happened to me since I woke up in that storehouse. The man listens intently, never taking his eyes off me. Ah, I see. So that's what's going on then. Oh, he relents. Mostly in bad shape due to lack of maintenance? I mean, I don't doubt it. Once I'm done with my story, the man with the cane sits down on an empty soda crate. Probably because they don't get to use it that often. That's why. Seems like he believes me at any rate. That's a relief, if nothing else. So then, am I Hitomi Osawa? No. Then, who is Hitomi Osawa? Is she someone who looks like me? Shut your mouth, the man spits. Just be quiet. His expression is vacant. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? He mutters to himself. If I'm not Hitomi Osawa, does that mean you don't have any business with me? Seems so. In that case, can I go? The assassin doesn't answer. He lets his pistol hang limp in his hand, the muzzle dropping to a point at the ground. It doesn't look like he wants to kill me anymore, but it doesn't look like he'll just let me go quietly either. I remain motionless, waiting for an opportunity to run away. I need to do something about the gun he has and then make a run for it. I guess let's sit still for now. I remain motionless, waiting for an opportunity to run away. I might not make it in time. The man murmurs to himself under his breath. Not make it in time for what? I'm curious now, but this is hardly the time or place to try to find out more. I've learned for certain that I'm not Hitomi Osawa, which basically tells me nothing. I'm back to square one to figure out who I am. The assassin has gone quiet, sitting on a pile of crates. He seems lost in thought. Still, I don't dare try to get away. All I can do is stand and wait and mull over my own situation. Just who am I? I ask myself again and again. I am... No, I have no business with you. The man finally says. Go. Don't worry. I won't follow you. I wonder if I can believe him. Maybe he's just trying to get me off my guard so he can shoot me in the back. Do not go to the police or go back home, he continues. Lay low by yourself somewhere for a while. How long is a while? Until around sundown. This should all be over by then. Sundown? It'll be all over? I have no idea what it is, but I decided not to pry in case he decides to change his mind. Sundown in summer in Japan, I believe, is around 7 or 8 p.m. That is a while. Okay, I'm going to run away now. Sure. I take a slow step backward. I'm starting to turn away when he speaks up again. Before you go, I need to tell you one more thing. What's that? When you get your memories back, I'm sure you're going to hate me. And I apologize in advance. Of course, I have no idea what he's talking about, but it makes me even more uneasy. I truly am sorry. I've got no response for that, so I just give the man one last look before I turn and run. Well, still going after Hitomi, but I actually gotta find Hitomi now. I decide to look for some place to hide out for a while, as the gunman suggested. But since I don't really know my left from my right in this town, that's easier said than done. Before I realize it, I've made my way back to the knick-knack shop where I bought the necklace. Maybe I could hide out in here. As I contemplate that possibility, I hear an all too familiar voice. Tama, Tama, Tama! There's Mr. Yagashida on the floor of the shop. He's been tied up with some rope. What happened, boss? Look, this is all just... I was framed! Nah, whatever happened, I'm pretty sure it's all his fault. Just call it a hunch. He says I'm a thief! Well, He says the thief for selling stuff he finds around town. Well, I say he's the thief for selling stuff he finds around town. Hey, the sales clerk steps into view, scowling. Just what are you implying? What in the world is going on here? I haven't the foggiest. Tama! Help me! Please! Yanagashita kicks and squirms like a hyperactive child. Do you know this man? The sales clerk asks. No, well, I mean sorta. He's a real pain. He's been making a scene like this for as long as he's been here. I find it hard to imagine a worse way to interfere with someone's business. I hate to ask, the clerk continues, but could you take him to the police for me? The police? Yeah. Oh, well, the police... The gunman did specifically warn me not to go to them. I feel no loyalty to that killer, but I am reluctant to antagonize him. And for reasons I can't explain, I have a strong sense that going to the police right now is a bad move. But Mr. Yanagashita isn't privy to my thoughts, and he looks up at me with a thoughtful, hopeful gleam in his eye. Yeah, that'll work. Tama can take me to the police. Then we can put this all behind us. All's well that ends well, right? This music whenever he comes around. Well, sure. Feeling like I have no choice, I leave the shop with him. Really? But what about Miku? How do we get Miku? Okay! Mr. Yanagashita says excitedly as soon as we're out of earshot. Now let's go find Chiri. Huh? Aren't we going to the What? No! We're not really gonna go! Aw oh, man, I'm so glad you showed up, Tama. Now come on, let's go find Chiri. From the big grin on his face, I have an inkling of what's coming next. You thought of another get-rich-quick scheme, haven't you? Goodness, Tama, you can see right through me! It's not that difficult. It's practically written all over your face, boss. But Mr. Yanagashita isn't really listening. He's too full of enthusiasm. This time, I got a line on 10 million yen! So let's go make ourselves stinkin' rich. Let's make ourselves stinkin' rich. He punctuates his grand announcement by pointing fervently at some non-existent listener. Us! Wait, what? Wait, what? Several weeks later? Several weeks later? Iron Stomach, celebration of truly astonishing appetites. When mighty stomach triumphs, and that's too fast to read. What the heck? Did we get an ending? I stand with Chiri on the winner's podium. The cheers and applause are deafening when the master of ceremonies makes the announcement. Chiri is the champion. She laughs with delight as she holds up the trophy that signifies her 10 million yen win. And me? I got runner-up. Wow, congratulations. I wasn't too into the idea at first, but after giving it a shot, I found that professional gluttony kinda grows on you. Even I was surprised by how much I could eat, and I had to admit it felt kinda good. My memory still hasn't come back, but that doesn't matter anymore. I found myself a new purpose. To steal Chiri's spot on the throne. That, right there, is now my greatest goal in life. I don't think you can out-eat Chiri. That's kind of impossible, not gonna lie. Bad end! The best bad end ever! Wow. Tama never got her memories back. She ended up starting a new life on the competitive eating circuit, which may not be a horrible fate, but wouldn't it be better if she recovered her old life as Maria? When she was cornered in the alley by the man with the cane, there's someone who could have turned up and helped her out. Yanagashita, but he can't do that if he ends up getting tied up at the knick-knack shop. Oh my gosh, we gotta free Yanagashita somehow. How the heck are we supposed to do that? I have no freaking clue. Minarikawa's route has been unlocked though, so that's nice. Wait, hold up. Why is my controller not working? My controller died. No, it's not the controller that died. Ah, there we go. Minakawa's route is unlocked. Osawa is also unlocked, it seems. And this seems to want to keep going out for some reason. Okay. Bad end to be continued. Also, Kano's route has been unlocked. Okay, I don't know who to go to. So maybe let's take a look at... There are a few jumps somewhere. There's a jump over here, but we can't do the jump here. Is there a jump here? No jump here. There is also no jump here. Let's go through Minorikawa. And where's Yanagashita headed? But isn't this a bad end? I think this is a bad end though. Really chasing Yanagashita? Maybe let's try this one. Let's try a different route. Headed to the sales demo, probably headed to Endo Electronics. Probably to the knick-knack shop. But if we do this, we get a bad end. Let's see if we can get a hint for that. See if we can get a hint about this part. Busted. You're an idiot. Ouch. He drew back his arm to deliver another blow, but then someone else came into the shop. Oh. Yanagashita's eyes lit up as they saw who it was. Oh, my angel! Whatever is my darling Miku doing here? Miku stood in the doorway on the verge of tears. Mr. Minorikawa, she began. Then her voice choked up. Miku, what's the matter? Is something wrong? Miku drew in close to Minorikawa's side. Huh? Yanagashita's gaze darted back and forth between Minorikawa and Miku. You two know each other? Sort of. More to the point. Is she the girl you said you were in love with? That's right, the one and only Miku! I have her entrance music set as my ringtone. Paying no heed to Yanagashita's excitement, Miku kept her eyes fixed on Minorikawa. I lost. To a girl who knows Aiki Jujutsu. I lost! She buried her face in Minorikawa's chest. Yanagashita let out a gasp. What's this about? What is this all about? He seemed on the verge of panic. Mr. Minorikawa, I need to learn... Mr. Minorikawa, I need to learn Aikikijutsu. I feel so ashamed. She buried her face even deeper into Minorikawa's chest. That's so unfair! With tears in his eyes, Yanagashita darted out the door. Minorikawa glared after the pathetic fellow as he scampered off. The guy sure knows how to take advantage of a bad situation, I'll give him that, he murmured. Can't let him get away, I'm gonna catch him and hand him over to police. Anyhow, I'm just glad I got my partner back. We don't need to chase him, we got our partner back. Ordinarily, he'd be inclined to pursue Yanagashita and subject him to a tirade, at the very least, but there was no time for that now. He explained the situation to the shopkeeper, who flashed a sympathetic smile. Is that so? Lucky for you, he screwed up then. Much as I am happy to do business, I just can't buy a computer that doesn't come with its accessories. So you'd have bought it from him if he had accessories? Of course! Stolen or not, it's all the same once I've sold it. The shopkeeper chuckled unapologetically. I suppose that's true. Minorikawa laughed along with him. Yeah, all the same. Like hell it is! He roared. The shopkeeper froze like a startled rabbit. I bet everything you have for sale here has been stolen, hasn't it? Don't be ridiculous. I'll warn you up front, there's no use hiding things from me. I've interviewed you after all. I know you. The shopkeeper was getting more and more flustered. Well, I mean... Look, this is just between you and me, okay? Sometimes I go around gathering stuff that people have lost and I sell it here. But it's not stolen, just repurposed. There's nothing wrong with that, right? The shopkeeper smiled ingratiatingly. You moron! Mirukawa stuck his finger in the man's face. Selling lost property is a serious crime too. A potential violation of Article 254 of the Penal Code in Japan regarding the embezzlement of lost property, which states, a person who embezzles lost property, drift property, or any other property which belongs to another person and is in no one's possession shall be punished by imprisonment with work for not more than 1 year, a fine of no more than 100,000 yen, or a petty fine. Huh. So this is why lost property is serious business in Japan. This is why you turned in stuff into the police box. I understand now. It is? Well, I mean, I guess I sort of figured it might be sometimes. Well, I'm not the police. I'm more into curiosity than legality. In fact, I find this all pretty fascinating. I mean, what sort of things have you gathered up for sale? Well, let me see. Like this, and that, and that, and that. The man pointed to various items on his shelves. And also this, and that, and that, and that, and that, and that, I guess? Mirukawa's eyes were directed all over the shop. So everything the shopkeeper had pointed out had a hefty price tag. And you're actually able to sell things like this? Mirukawa asked. Sure, I can sell stuff. Earlier today, someone bought a big necklace. I'd listed it for 40,000 yen, but I discounted it to 30,000. And you can still make a profit even offering discounts? Sure, I mean, it was just something I found lying on the ground after all. Mirukawa looked back at him and for a moment he laughed as well. Then his face turned hard. There's no laughing matter, he bellowed. You need to stop what you're doing here right away. Otherwise, you're going to find out what it's like to get punished by my pen of justice. I'm so sorry. The shopkeeper bowed repeatedly. Mirukawa glared. The truth was that right now he was so busy he'd have to let this guy slide. Still, this whole asinine affair had eaten up a big chunk of time he didn't have to waste. He was going to have to finish up his copy back at the editing office. Laptop in hand, he left the shop only to stop short when a slight figure stepped out in front of him. Miku? Mr. Mirukawa. Miku stood there, barring his path. Please introduce me to a dojo where I can learn Aikikijutsu. I'm sorry, I really don't have time for this right now. Mirukawa tried to hurry onward, but she stubbornly refused to let him pass. You introduced me to that other dojo before, remember? Suppose so, now that you mention it. He tried to slip by her on her right-hand side, but she was quick to block him. Tears in eyes. You're the one who introduced me to the world of martial arts, Mr. Mirukawa. Well, yes. You know you're just putting me in a bit of a bind here. Trying to slip by on her left was a no-go too. She could anticipate his every move. Please just hear me out, Miku said. She was speaking through quiet sobs now. I can't stand to leave things like this. She looked Mirukawa right in the eye. Sorry, you'll just have to persevere until you're able to win again. There's a good opportunity for you. You can find something to do with yourself that isn't martial arts. Sorry, but I really don't have time for this discussion right now. I don't know. You'll just have to persevere until you're able to win again? Find a good opportunity for you, find something else that isn't martial arts? I don't think that's an option here. You'll just have to persevere. Yeah, you just have to persevere until you win again. It's something you need to do yourself. But you were the champion of that one pub, right? Maybe your mistake was thinking that you'll be able to win in an actual for real fight. Miku began to tremble. Huh? You jerk! Miku delivered a blindingly fast slap to Mirukawa's cheek. Why'd you have to put it like that? You're so mean! Bursting into tears, Miku ran off. Hey, Miku! She gave no sign she'd heard him, and didn't turn around. Minokawa rubbed his cheek. It stung. For once, he actually regretted what he'd said. Maybe he shouldn't have assumed that she'd be willing to join she'd be willing to just give up her hobby. He did in fact know of several Aikijutsu dojos. If only he had the time, he could have introduced her easily enough. Checking his watch, he saw that he only had 30 minutes and changed until 4. There was no more wiggle room at this point. These articles needed to get written and fast. He needed to get back to the editing department. And yet... Oh, damn it all to hell. I can't get work done like this. Minokawa broke into a run, but he didn't run for Heaven Publishing. Instead, he went after Miku. Oh, wow. It's actually a keep out? Interesting. Alright, there's a keep out there. We'll get to Kano in a bit. Where is the jump? Where's actually the jump? There was a jump, not here. Somewhere here? No, but Maria's route seems to be clear. Achi's route is also now clear. Wait, didn't we get a to be continued in Achi's route? Why are we back here? What is happening with these routes? They're getting undone. I guess let's check Maria again really quick. Who am I? The assassin has gone quiet, sitting on a pile of crates. He seems lost in thought. Still, I don't dare try to get away. All I can do is stand and wait and mull over my own situation. Just who am I? I ask myself again and again. I am... Yeah, and I can't advance this for some reason. Tama! Tama! I am... Tama? Hitomi? Tama Hitomi? None of the above. Tama? I'm Tama? Tama? Hey, Nagashita. I turn at the sound of an exuberant voice and see Mr. Yaganashita running my way, flailing his arm in a friendly greeting. I swear, this guy could wind up banished to the pits of hell and still give this his all, day in and day out. Oh, thank goodness! It is you, Tama! I knew it! The man with the cane grumbles something incoherent, then holsters his gun and flees the scene. Huh. Now you're with some middle-aged guy? You look so sweet and innocent, but I guess you kinda get around, huh? Boss, nice timing. I do a little fist pump. Whatever he's doing here, I'm glad he drove off that guy with a gun. What are you so happy about? Yamagashita gives me a puzzled look. But he's probably distracted by his own excitement. Well, anyway, never mind that, Tama. He shifts down to a conspiratorial whisper. You know, I'm such an idiot. I can't believe I was such a titty over some silly scratch cards from a magazine. I can tell he has news he's itching to tell me. Did something happen? Well, he brings a hand to his mouth and giggles unsettlingly. I had a great little idea. A great way to strike it rich! I feel I've heard this from you before. Mr. Yaganashita shakes his head fervently. This time is different. We're talking way more digits than before. Now, try not to be too surprised, yeah? Spittle flies from his mouth as he rattles on. Oh, it's gonna be a surprise, actually. In fact, I'm guessing you're definitely gonna be amazed this time, Tama. I can practically see the banknotes dancing in his eyes. Cut to the chase already. What is it you want to tell me? This time, get this. I got a line on 10 million yen! He thrusts his index finger skyward, grinning ear to ear. Surprised now? Yeah, you are. And it doesn't require any capital. No risk, high return. In the world of equity investment, a wise investor weighs risk against a potential for return. Many heavily risked projects, however, yield little in the way of actual returns. Such cases are called high risk, low return. The inverse low risk, high return is quite rare. The idea of no risk, high return is simply absurd. There's a crazy gleam in his eye. Oh man, I'm finally gonna get to the part to be I'm gonna get to be part of the Billionaires Club. Is this much story game or is each story standalone? This is one host. This game is in one entire story. However, there are multiple routes that intersect with each other. So, yes. Also, welcome, Rory-san. This is so ridiculous. I don't even have time to have a snappy retort for it. Never mind that 10 million obviously wouldn't make him a billionaire. By the way, you haven't seen Cheery, have you? We're gonna need her help to wrap up this 10 million yen. Cheery? No, I haven't run into her since the sales demo. Oh darn! Well, if you do happen to see her, tell her to get in touch with me. Sure, alright. I still don't know what he's gonna go on about, but there's probably no harm in being helpful. Thank you, Tama. Yes, I may as well give you a little hint. A hint? Yeah, a hint. Wanna hear it? Sure, thank you. No, not particularly. I guess, sure? Oh, sure. Thank you. Well then, I guess I got no choice. When you put it that way, I just have to tell you. Mr. Yaganashida clears his throat and proceeds to declaim in an unaffected tone. Declaim. Interesting. When the mighty stomach triumphs over the endless... How do you say this word? Cavalcade? Endless cavalcade of icebergs, the hero shall be blessed with fame and fortune. Huh? What the heck is that supposed to mean? He looks inordinately amused at my confusion. It's part of a legend! You only need to remember that one verse from now. Cavalcade? Cavalcade? What the heck does that mean? You're going to bear witness to history. I feel like this guy's right out of some kind of story himself. Anyway, thanks for helping me out with this cheery thing. Adios. Spanish for goodbye. The true meaning is closer to the English farewell. In day-to-day interactions, most Spanish speakers use the word ciao. Adios can carry the connotation that you do not expect to see the addressee again, kind of like sayonara. And then, like a whirlwind, Mr. Yanagashita zooms away, leaving me alone in the alley. Yeah. Suddenly, I feel totally exhausted. I let out a sigh and drop my eyes, and that's when I notice a notebook on the ground at my feet. Did the assassin drop this? I pick it up and look inside. Oh, who is this? There's a photograph tucked inside the back cover. It shows 3 young people, 2 boys and a girl. Hola is hello, yes. Well, what do I do now? Do I go to the police? How would I even explain the situation? I can see it now. There's this killer out there and he's after this person named Hitomi Osawa, and then the police would be like, who's that? And who exactly is after her? And then what would I say? Heck, they might even try to give me the time of day in the first... They might not even give me the time of day in the first place. Not only do I not have any idea who Hitomi Osawa is, I know nothing about the guy who's after her, except that he walks with a cane. I mean, I can't even tell them who I am. They'd probably shoo me away without a second thought. What am I supposed to do? I hang my head at a total loss. The necklace around my neck sways idly to and fro. Oh, we actually have a keep out? Okay. Good to know. Okay, keep out of Maria. Achi can continue. Kano can continue. Osawa can continue. We have a lot of to be continues. Let's see where they go. Achi, hopefully, won't get caught in the explosion this time. Should tell the police, help me, I have amnesia. But she can't go to the police either. So that's kind of bad. Look for the minivan. I think we should not look for the minivan. We should not look for the minivan. Let's keep tracking the guy. Sorry, there's something I'm curious about. Achi continued to track the seedy-looking man. The weirdo rushed into a knick-knack shop on Center Guy. Soon after, the man with the coat appeared and followed him into the shop. Aha! Looks like he snatched that guy's computer. Moments later, the weirdo came rushing back out of the shop and sprinted away again. He wove through the narrow alleyways with cat-like alacrity. Achi did his best to keep tabs on him, but the man managed to give him the slip. Wow, Hitomi said. She too had been watching closely. I'm kind of impressed. Mind if I keep at it? Achi asked. Sure. He continued scanning camera images, trying to locate the guy again. At this point, even Hitomi was invested in the quest to find the fugitive. This is how he finds Maria. But minutes passed and they didn't spot him. Achi was on the verge of giving up. Until... Oh, that's me. Hitomi took out her cell phone. It's an email from Mr. Tana. Found him! Achi's shout cut Hitomi off. The guy in the back alley... Wait. The guy was in the back alley off of Center Guy. He was talking with someone. Huh? Is that... Achi blinked a few times as he leaned in closer to the screen. Hitomi? You have to come look at this. That's my sister. Hitomi brimmed with excitement. For real? I think so. What's she doing in a place like that? And why is she talking to that guy? I'm not sure. The monitor showed a cheerful little scene. Looks like they're having fun. Guess since they're twins, they're both into older guys. Achi felt his mood start to sour. He still thinks Hitomi is into Tanaka, but I don't know if that's actually the case. I have to ask, are you sure she was kidnapped? Yes, at least I sure thought so. And so did the police. Then what's this all about? Should we go and see for ourselves? Guess so. Oh, what about... Should we go see it for ourselves? Guess so. Oh, what about the email? Achi pointed to Hitomi's cell phone. Shouldn't you take a look at that? My sister comes first. That place where she is it far from here? No, not particularly. They're gonna meet up! Achi and Hitomi rushed from the building leading to the alley where Maria was talking to the computer thief. We'll jump later. It wasn't long before they were closing in on their destination, but as they headed down a narrow side street, a familiar figure suddenly appeared to bar their way. Oh, this guy. Uh-oh, it's him. Gun in hand, the man with the cane slowly ambled towards them. Achi and Hitomi bolted down a nearby alley. Taking another turn, they reached the alley they see on the cameras. Maria! Hitomi rushed over to her sister, but Maria just stood staring at Hitomi in silence as if she couldn't process what was going on. Meanwhile, the assassin was still in pursuit. He turned the corner and behind them was steadily drawing nearer. He pointed his gun at Hitomi's head. Come on, hurry! Achi urged. He tried to lead the two girls away, hoping to escape further down the alley. But instead, Maria charged boldly at the man with the cane. Oh, she got smacked. Wait, is that her blood? The assassin was caught off guard by the unexpected counterattack, but he reacted quickly, clubbing the girl in the head with a grip of his pistol. Maria! Hitomi shrieked. She stared in horror as her sister collapsed in a heap on the ground. Then Hitomi's eyes rolled back in her head as she fainted in Achi's arms. Hitomi, hey! But the shock had overwhelmed her. She was out cold. Slowly, the assassin lifted his gun again, aiming for Achi and Hitomi. If he'd only had Hitomi to protect. If he'd only have Hitomi to protect, Achi might have been able to pick her up and get away. But he couldn't just leave her sister here. He knew with a chilling certainty of despair that he could never save them both. Bad end. So we need to get Hitomi out of there. Not Hitomi, we need to get Maria out of there. Sisters in the alley. Finding Maria had seemed like such a stroke of luck, but it led Achi and Hitomi running across the killer's path. This never would have happened if Achi hadn't gotten distracted with the tracking. If he'd focused on looking for the minivan instead. What? We have to focus on the minivan? But wait, hold up. There's a jump though. There's a jump to Maria. What about this thing? What about this? Suddenly I hear someone call out, Maria! Huh? I spin around to see a young girl running towards me. She kind of looks like me. Behind her are two men. One of them is the man with a cane. He raises his gun and aims at her. Oh no, he's going to shoot her. The instant I realize what he's doing, I'm lunging towards him. He shifts his grip on the gun and clubs me in the head. I stagger against the wall, trying to keep my feet, but my legs buckle under me and I crumple on the spot. So it's a bad end either way, so the jump is a red herring. I don't even know why I tried to protect this girl. My body just moved on its own. Maybe it was just a reflexive impulse to help someone in danger. But am I the sort of person who'd risk her life to protect some complete stranger? No, because deep down you know that's your sister. Okay, so we went from one bad end to another, just to see this bad end. Maria's impulse to protect a stranger is selfless but ill-fated. Of course, a strange girl is actually her sister. If you know what causes Hitomi to show up here, you can probably avoid it ultimately. This untimely end. Okay, so we do have to do this. Let's, I guess, let's change fate. Focus on the minivan. But it's still gonna end up with the explosion, I feel like. So, right, my bad. Let's move on and get the other camera. Continue switching views, scanning the streets of Shibuya. Still, they remain glued to the monitor. And then maybe okay, the path from here is the same. The path from here is the same. And we get the to be continued. So let's just have it play to the to be continued. And then we can check someone else out. Flames of the burning van rose ever higher, roaring up towards the heavens. To be continued, right here. Alright. So they have to get to the van regardless, but it was undone because we looked at Yanagashita on the monitor. I see. Lots of keep outs. Alright, let's check Maria again. What to do now? We have to find Cheery. Yeah. Suddenly, I feel totally exhausted. I let out a sigh and dropped my eyes, and that's when I noticed a notebook on the ground. Right, okay, the notebook. Skip through here a little bit. What am I supposed to do? I hang my head at a total loss. The necklace around my neck sways idly to and fro. Yanagashita shows up. Okay, we have a keep out again. But the keep out is where? From Achi? Hitomi approaches the van. That guy. Who is this guy? Who is that guy? All outrun the other guy who's looking for Miku. Oh! We gotta jump to Minarikawa! Okay, let's go do that first then. This feels like it's near the climax though, right here, because there's so many jumps happening. Running along Koendori in pursuit of Miku, Minarikawa heard a cell phone ringtone coming from somewhere nearby. FMV! Oh no, he's too close to the van. Oh, he's too close to the van. Oh, that's bad. Suddenly, a massive fiery blast knocked him from his feet. A deafening roar set his head throbbing. What was that? What's going on? He lay in a daze on the ground, trying to wrap his mind around what just happened. Oh, but Miku shows up? He smelled the foul scent of burning rubber. Then came a sound of quick footsteps rushing up to him. Mr. Minarikawa! A voice called out to him as if across an impossible distance. Mr. Minarikawa! Was that Miku? He forced his eyes open and saw Miku looking anxiously down at him. Mr. Minarikawa. Miku. Those things I said earlier. I'm sorry. I went too far. What are you talking about? That's not important right now. Miku choked back aghast, and Minarikawa realized he had blood leaking from his mouth. His body wouldn't move, and his mind was reeling. What happened? Tell me. Miku's voice was dry and hoarse. There was a minivan, and it exploded. Exploded? A minivan exploded on City Street. That sounded like a terrorist act. His reeling mind drifted back to the attempted bioterrorist attack on Kasumigaseki 2 years earlier. An unoccupied minivan had exploded outside the MPD station, and afterward a device meant to scatter a dangerous biological agent had been discovered near the subway. With a sudden clarity, Minarikawa recalled what Osawa had said earlier. The power balance of the entire world might be at stake here. Could there be some sort of connection between Osawa's warning and this explosion? There was. There had to be. Minarikawa's journalistic intuition told him it must be true. Something terrible was underway here in Shibuya. Police! A man in a suit announced. He crouched beside Minarikawa and gently lifted his head and torso. Oh, Kano! Hang in there, buddy. Stay with us. The change of position allowed Minarikawa to clear his airway, and he sucked in a deep breath. But as he did, an intense pain shot through his lungs. I think I might be done for. Whatever his intuition might be telling him, it didn't look like he'd ever be able to write about it. But if he couldn't get his words onto the page, the least he could do was tell someone else. With his last act, maybe he could still accomplish something. He strained to get a few words out. Osawa. Kenji Osawa. The power balance of the entire world. Don't tell me there's a bad end. As his voice failed, he heard the sound of ambulance sirens approaching. Paramedics began frantically unloading stretchers. Turning his head, he saw a number of other people who'd been injured in the explosion laid out on the roadside. Amongst them were a woman and a child. Emergency workers bearing a stretcher came over to Minarikawa. Forget about me. I'm beyond helping. See to the others instead. Minarikawa shouted inwardly, but no one heard. Yeah, I had a feeling that was a bad end. Okay, what did we have to do here? Chase Miku as far as Koendori only to be caught in an explosion. A few simple words can change his fate. Someone who shouts something at 1530 needs to change what it is they shout. If Minakawa hears something that grabs his attention, he may not get too close to the explosion. 1530. 1530. It's about here. Not Osawa. Maria? Achi? Other guy? Maybe it's this thing. No, wait, we already jumped though. Stay back. Wait, hold up. Yeah, there's a jump here. Oh, this thing. All out run. Other guy looking for Miku. I think I already jumped here, didn't I? Yeah, I jumped here, and that's what got us in this situation. Okay, we need to go elsewhere. Definitely not Osawa. How about Kano? Maybe we can do something in Kano's route. No, but it already exploded by this point. That's probably too late. Suddenly, a boom as loud as cannon fire shook the area. Something's wrong, Kano thought. That's no ordinary city noise. A column of black smoke rose up from between the two nearby buildings. Passerby stopped and stared, gasping in alarm. Yeah, this is too late at this point. So, it's gotta be somewhere before this still. That means I only have only Osawa left. Then Kano saw flames. This hadn't been an accident. Someone set off an explosion. Several people on the ground, evidently injured by the detonation. Mr. Minakawa, Mr. Minakawa! A high school-aged girl was crying, clinging tightly to a man who'd been caught in the blast. Kano recognized her as the girl he talked to earlier during the traffic jam. The man looked like he might still be alive. Kano hurried over to them. Police! He announced. Yeah, don't do that. Well, too bad. Too late. Blood was streaming from the man's mouth. He clearly suffered from some internal damage. Hang in there, buddy, Kano told him. Stay with us. The man's face twisted up in pain, but somehow he managed to croak a few words. Kano let up a gasp. The man's voice was almost too weak to hear, but what he said still shook Kano to the core. This man knew something important. Something crucial to the investigation. Rescue vehicles arrived on the scene and the wounded man was promptly loaded onto the stretcher. When he was placed inside the ambulance, Kano flashed his badge at the paramedics and got in alongside him. The man had already fallen unconscious. Kano didn't know when he'd wake back up, but he knew he needed to hear what the guy had to say. He sensed that this stranger was the key to unlocking the entire case. But though Kano kept a lonely vigil, the man never woke up again. The antiviral had been given to Hitomi. The blue minivan Alcaron told Hitomi to look for, and now the minivan exploding. Kano was sure this man had known how all these tied together, but now the key to solving the case was gone for good. Epic bad end right there. We have FMV flashing for that. Okay, we need to figure out how to save Minarikawa. Who should save Minarikawa? 1530, we have Osawa. Classical recommendation, which he has nothing to do with here. We don't have much of a choice. Keep out on Maria. How about over here? Sister. Maybe we can still jump. Maybe we can still do a jump to Maria here. Ran after it but wound up losing sight of it. Heading towards Jinan, that's what he says. What about your sister? Jump. There we go. Hey, there's a freshness burger here. I've actually never tried freshness burger. I could never find a shop. I'm kind of curious how good it is, to be honest. Eventually, I muster up the energy to start walking around town, heading nowhere in particular. The billboard outside of a department store displays a poster of some female musician. She must be pretty popular because lots of passersby stop to take a good look. Am I just imagining things? I feel like I saw this same poster somewhere very recently. Oh! The girl in question is here. Standing underneath the sign is a woman talking on her cell phone. It sounds like she's having an argument with whoever's on the line. I don't want to be nosy, so I just pass on by. As I come out onto Koen doorway, I gradually come to a halt. I'm a little tired from all this aimless wandering around. I let my gaze stray along the street as I consider my next move. Then I catch sight of a blue minivan parked across the street. Oh! Suddenly my heart starts pounding. I know this. I know this minivan. If I head over to it, I'm sure I'll remember something. Bad move. As if pulled by some huge magnet, I make my way towards the minivan. And then it explodes. There's a sudden thunderous boom. I'm knocked flat by a blast of energy, and the world goes all topsy-turvy. Another bad end. As I lie in shock, a wave of unfamiliar images fills my mind. A cloud of whirling dust in some place that isn't Japan. A simple room with unfamiliar architecture. A girl. And I know the girl's name. Her name is... On the verge of that revelation, my consciousness fades away. Bad end. There's so many bad ends. What the heck? Just bad end after bad end after bad end. Someone else's actions can ensure that Hana Toyama crosses paths with her again. Then Maria will talk to her and avoid the minivan. Someone else's actions can ensure Hana Toyama? Wait, do we have to go back to Achi's route? That's the only thing that can make sense. Okay, let's go to Achi's route. With Hana, we picked her up, but I think we're not supposed to do that. So let's do a quick leap to the side. Achi took a quick leap to one side. He managed to avoid crashing into her by taking a tumble himself, but the girl was still definitely a bit shocked. Sorry about that, Achi said. Are you alright? But the girl didn't answer, or even meet Achi's eyes. She just looked around as if in a daze. Was she waiting on someone, maybe? Aunt Kid, Achi thought. I hope she's okay. Once more, Achi and Hitomi set off running. And then maybe now we can check out if Maria can survive that. Oh, that does it. Just jump to the side. Do not pick her up. That's all it needed. Alright. Goes around town. Sees the girl. Hopefully runs into Hana. Oh, there's Hana. With the music girl. I catch sight of little Hana in front of the billboard. She's showing something to a woman there. Some colorful sheets of paper. The woman looks a lot like the musician in the poster. Moreover, I have the feeling I've seen her someplace before. Where could have I seen her? Man, having amnesia is really a pain in the ass. I have no way of knowing whether I've forgotten something or had no memory of it in the first place. The woman looks through the papers Hana held out to her nodding approvingly at each one, and I can hear her murmur with admiration. Hana! I wave as I scamper over to her. As I do, the woman abruptly hurries off. Hey, we meet again, I say. Hana just gives me a bored look. Who was that just now? I ask. I don't know. And she runs off. Hana quickly gathers up her belongings and starts walking briskly away. Oh hey, wait up! I call out. The girl ignores me. She's moving at a jog now, heading from Spanish Hill towards Koendori. Ah! And she falls. And she steps onto Koendori. As she steps onto Koendori, she trips and falls down hard. The contents of her bag spills out on the road. Oh, whoops. Catching up to her, I gather up some of the fallen pages. Need to learn some manners. I think she was a little bit startled or scared. Maybe not scared. Startled, but why did she just run off? I don't think she needs to explain that. What's this? There are some poems written on the colored paper. Copies of a prose poem titled The False Monsoon. The poem delicately details the wavering emotions of an adolescent girl. Also, in a clever twist, if the text is read horizontally instead of vertically, it tells about a father's worries over his only daughter, who is now of marriageable age. Hana's genius will soon be discovered by Aya Kamiki, and she will go on to become a popular songwriter. Wow, what? A look of embarrassment crosses Hana's face as she snatches the pages out of my hands. Don't touch those. Those are for sale. For sale? I'm selling poems that I wrote. Oh wow, that's incredible. She looks surprised by the compliment. Incredible? My friends at school said they were dumb. That's not true. I only saw a little just now, but I thought it was a really good poem. You're just saying that. I've been out here in Shibuya for weeks trying to sell these, but the only person who's bought one was that lady just now. Because she has an eye for talent, that's why. Hana lets out a mournful sigh. Well, what are you out doing? What are you out here selling poems for anyway? I thought maybe it'd help pay back our debts. Huh? Okay, that's not something I expect to hear from a little kid, but you know what? She's gonna get picked up by Kamiki and she's gonna make tons of money writing songs. So yeah. My dad's in real deep, she continues. The topic makes me think of Mr. Yanagashita. Yesterday's my day for meeting people mired in debt. And I'm only in elementary school, so I can't get a part-time job. Japan's Labor Standards Act prohibits the hiring of children under the age of 15, which she clearly is. For certain jobs within the entertainment industry, however, employers can obtain permission from the Labor Standards Inspection Office for younger children to work, which is probably how they're going to get that money for the songwriting. And this also probably explains all those child idols you see in idol animes. Wow, now that I think about it, wow. I'm impressed. She's so brave. She's maybe a little hard to approach, but she is just a kid after all. She's so brave, I just want to give her a hug. Oh, Hana! I hear a strange wailing call from behind me. Oh, that wasn't her. Oh, that's her dad! The look on her face right now. Startled, I turn around to see Mr. Toyama standing there, eyes streaming from his eyes. Tears streaming from his eyes. Hana. I'm so sorry. I had no idea you were trying so hard to... Toyama rushes up to the girl. It's quite the emotional father-daughter reunion. Oh, Hana. Wow. Or at least that's how it looks until Hana slaps her father across the face with a bundle of papers. What was that for? Don't give me that. I'm sick of all this running around. She delivers several more well-placed smacks with her little craft project. Okay, Toyama says at last. I know you're upset, but I have to ask you for just one thing. Then we can get about getting through the day, yeah? Okay, but just one. I can't help but find the ordinary interactions kinda charming. You two get along real well, don't you, I say. She's a good kid. She's a really good kid. Yep. Nope. The two give simultaneous contradictory replies. Then Hana suddenly starts to walk off, with Toyama tottering after her. It's such a weird little sight that I can't help but laugh. Well, later then. Oh, FMV time again? Oh, and she still gets not quite as caught in the explosion, but she's in the vicinity. There's a lot of FMVs going on here. What the heck? Pretty old to be her dad. Actually, it's not that unusual, especially in Japan. Well, she saw the blue minivan. Does that ring a bell now? Further along Koendoe, I come across a car on the roadside that's spectacularly aflame. Spectacularly aflame. A group of onlookers surrounds it, in a confused uproar. It seems almost unreal, like I'm looking at a set for a TV show or something. I know what you're talking about, girl! It seems like we're reading a script from a TV show. You just had to mention that. I stand there staring into the flames. Huh? What's that? I can see something. The raging heat makes the air shimmer. The scent of dry sand fills my nose. A gust of searing wind tugs at my hair. Where am I? Decaying roads, decaying houses, a decaying city. And the people who live there. People who live. People who live. People who live. There's someone by my side. Someone is with me, watching all of this. It's a girl. The person with me is a girl, slightly younger than me. She says something to me. Anna is me. Cat's cradle? Cat's cradle. That's my voice just now. Cat's cradle? Whose voice was that? What's going on? Who am I talking to? Okay, she doesn't remember Kanan's name at this route. Yeah, cat's cradle. I'm showing someone how to do cat's cradle with string. But who? Who am I showing how to do cat's cradle? Kanan. Oh, she does remember now. Memory unlocked! The word Kanan echoes in my head. Kanan? I utter the name aloud. The image floating through my mind are beginning to break up and vanish. But I feel like, for a brief moment at least, I caught hold of the edges of some of my lost memories. That's right, Kanan. As soon as I say it, I'm filled with a powerful sense of duty. There's something I'm responsible for, something I needed to do. And if I don't, this Kanan person is going to be in grave danger. Calm down, just calm down. I'm pleading with myself now, fighting the impulse to take off running. If I did, where would I go? Wonder if it's an actual name? Well, I think Kanan is the name of a city, yeah. But it's also the name of this girl in particular. I have no idea what my destination or my goal is. Please, please remember something. Please, please. I gaze out at the flames, practically praying now. Praying now. Don't move. A voice hisses in my ear, and I feel something hard press against my back. It's a guy again! Why are you after Maria again? I don't need to turn around to recognize whose voice it is. I thought you said you didn't have any business with... I did a little thinking, says the man with the cane slowly, about how I might lure out Hitomi Osawa, see? I'm going to use you as bait. Yeah, I don't know how that's gonna work out, to be honest. But, to be continued? To be continued. Okay. Let's see. What else do we have here? We have a to be continued Achi, a to be continued Maria. Kano is still a bad end because of Minarikawa's bad end. But I thought something else. I thought Maria could do something here. That's not the case? Want a hint. Well, I thought I was gonna be able to complete all the routes today on this chapter, but I'm guessing that's not the case. So it is pretty much 4 hours now, so we are gonna have to stop here for today. It does look like we are pretty much here at the near the end of the story, if not at the end already. So let me just bring myself here a little really quick. Okay, guys, a lot of stuff has happened. A lot of explosions have happened. A lot of people are dying left and right. We have one confirmed protagonist, support character death, and holy crap. I don't know if we're gonna finish this next time. I'm honestly not sure at this rate because the guy says it should be done by sundown, which sundown will say is around 6 p.m. The game just got a lot longer than expected. Well, the game has a lot of twisty turvies, especially on this chapter, which I would not have expected a few chapters ago, which for the most part has been fairly straightforward. You do one thing, something else happens, and then this happens. But here, they're starting to come together. I do feel like we are gonna get to the climax soon, if not very, very soon. I don't know where I was going with that. But yeah, I'm intrigued. I want to know more, but this is a good time to stop. So, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for watching. We will all continue this again next week. I'm not sure what to expect, but I'm hoping you will be here with me to see it through. So, see you all, everyone, and have a good rest of your day. I will be back again next time. Bye-bye.